Hey, 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 kiddos. What's up, SnoopyDupas? It's your daddy. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Can you hear your daddy? I don't even have to be your dad. I could just be your friend, OB. I can be your cuz, whatever you want to call me. How are we doing? Can you guys see? Oh, shit, Janksy, you did? I ain't even going to put that up. I don't want people to see that that's available. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the potato coven. Hello, hello. Hello, ladies and gents and in-betweens and out there's. Hello, everybody. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe and leave your DNA. We have such an interesting show. I'm so proud of one of my SnoopyDupas. I'm proud of all of you all the time. But I have to tell you, after the stream last night where we talked about the apology line, of course, Doggums comes up right now. We just went outside to poopy, honey. You cannot do this every time mommy starts a live. We spent all day outside today. Mommy's so tired. Please. Okay, he turned around and walked away. I love him. I want to play with my dog all day, all the time, but he's the sole reason I do not get shit done. Because I spend all day doing dog yoga with him. He does stretchies, and he's very good at it. And he does the thing where he stretches his arms, and then he stretches his little legs and flattens out on the ground, and it's so cute. But his favorite thing is to show mommy his belly and play with the bow. And we did that all day in 104 degrees, and mommy can't handle it anymore. She has to go be daddy now. Hello, everybody. If there's more than a few other guys in here tonight, maybe I'll call in. Don't think it would be very anonymous for me otherwise. Well, I mean, we're not really going to necessarily do an apology line thing, but if you want to, you can. I'm just trying to test out to see if Google Voice works on this. We will see. Dad's always late. Oh, no. Is Rock going live right now? I think everybody's going live right now, and I get so few opportunities to be live at a normal time. So I got to do it, and I try to look ahead of time, but I didn't think I saw her on. Fuck. Maybe she'll come over here when she's done, and we can get her take on some things. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. Yes, brother Adam, have you driven? How you guys are talking about Moab and stuff? Woo! What is up, everybody? I'm going to scroll down. Nobody's late. We're all on time. What's good, says Hudson. Hello, Paddy. Hello, Patronus. Welcome on the tombstones. You made it. Okay, so you're who we were talking about. Ready for part 2. Hello, Rochelle from San Antonio. I remember you, girl. So last night after we talked apology line, I gave you guys a little homework. Hello, Wendy. Hello, 3%. Hello, beautifuls. You're all beautiful potatoes today. You're all sweet potatoes. That's something I can't believe I never thought of. Is don't be an evil potato, be a sweet potato. We're going to have to make bumper stickers or something. Speaking of, fucking fruit fly. How far did I make? I made it 4 minutes before an F-bomb. Yes, dude. Yes, dude. We're fucking on the way, dude. We're on the way to professionalism. So last night, perfect timing. Hello, Dapple. Hello. Ooh, I like your hair, girl. I always wanted like a nice bob. What do you guys think of that? Sweet potato. Don't be an evil potato. Be a sweet potato. I like that. Hello, everybody. Okay. You know me. I'm going to get distracted saying my hello. So let me take a sip. Did he take a sip? Because he's been outside all day. And I'm going to tell you what happened last night. We got off the live. I said, here's your homework, kiddos. If you get a chance, go look and help me find who the fuck Henry is. And I was really curious. I didn't want to give you what I already, already distracted because this is a good question. JR wants to know. I wanted the fruit fly remedy. You said that worked. Okay, here's what it is. You get a little bit of water. I did like half a cup. There is a debate. The jury's out. No Karen Reed pun intended. The jury is out on whether it's a lot of water or a little water. I just did a fucking just some water in a cup. Okay. I got it to where it was like, I don't know, like maybe halfway. It's not that much, but it's a little cup. And then Opa's Tinker Shop, love your name, and also a mashed potato. So funny. Okay. So a little water and then dish soap apple cider vinegar, and I also put a little bit of sugar in it. And they collect on the edge and they die. And to kill them quicker, I put a little bit of dish soap on the liner of the cup. Ooh, I'm so evil. And they either they get on it, and I noticed they either die on the edge of the glass or they die inside of it. I don't suggest red solo cups, but if you have a cup that is not clear, I feel like that's the best, because I used one that was see-through, and I feel like they could see the remnants of their dead friends, almost like a Gettysburg situation. They were like, I'm not going to that cup. But then when I used one that is a color all the way around, I believe it's the maroon one. I have to look. It's solid. You can't see inside of it. It's killing them like flies, literally, bitch. It's awesome. So yeah, water, dish soap, apple cider vinegar, a little bit of sugar. And it's been killing the shit out of them. And you can use white vinegar or apple cider, but if you use any other kind of vinegar, use extra sugar, because there's something about it that attracts them. I also took a piece of that star fruit that was causing them to gather a while back, and I put it in the glass with the tip sticking out, because your dad just likes a tip. And that worked fucking wonders, but it made a fly slosh mess. It caught so many of them that it was completely black, covered in them. And I think it actually attracted more fruit flies, but to kill them. So I was okay with it. But then I just threw the whole cup away because that's fucking disgusting. But anyway, yeah, that worked. And yes, I plugging my drains. I did not even think of that until someone pointed that out a week ago, and I tried it in the kitchen, because we also got some in the bathroom, and I was like, what the fuck? And that's how it's the drains. You're absolutely right. Red solo cups full of dead flies are fine, just not DNA. Homework was due today, Pindy Mason. One of you did a great job. Okay, here's the update. My husband wanted a leaf blower for his birthday today, so I bought him one in a pack of red solo cups. Says Jinxie. A leaf blower. A certified Canton, Massachusetts leaf blower. So, yeah, it's a forensics gift. I told one of my professors about that, one of the Texas Rangers, who's actually not my professor anymore. He was last semester. And he laughed so fucking hard. And he was like, that's not real. Show me. And I showed him. And he was like, no fucking way. Nuh-uh. Is this real? He thought it was one of those parodies. How on Facebook there's people who have fake arrests and it looks all totally real, and then you find out, oh, this is just bullshit to get clicks. He thought that's what that was. And I was like, no, sir. I mean, this is a fucking Texas Ranger, which is big shit. Walker shit. Homie probably does karate on the weekend shit. And this guy's like, no, play it back, play it back. Play it back over and over. And I showed him the red solo cups, and he did this. He went he gagged. It was crazy. Also, your dad just had McDonald's ice cream. This is the first time that it's ever had the ice cream machine open in years. They're always like, it's fucked up or we're cleaning it. And I finally got McDonald's ice cream. That shit is so good. I'm not an ice cream person. I don't like sweets, but something about McDonald's ice cream is really fucking good. Yeah, they were on the lawn with leaf blowers. Did you guys see Melanie was on earlier today with Turtle Boy? And I like turtles. And Young Jerks, who I adore. And Bedard, who I adore. I love all these people. And again, some of them I don't agree with on a lot of things, but I absolutely love them for this trial. And I really feel like the thing that's going to bring America together is going to be a common hatred of someone. And right now, that person is Trooper Practa. Remember, I almost hesitate to say this. I brought this up before, and I keep in mind, guys, I'm a comedian, but I genuinely feel this way. This is not a joke. The Westboro Baptist people are fucking hateful. I think we can all agree on that, right? They're horrible pieces of shit. No one likes them. And I grew up involved in debate. I love debate. I will never forget one of the times when I had a teacher, Miss Meeks, and it was when Westboro first started protesting and stuff, and it was making the media, all the soldier funerals and stuff. And I remember my teacher saying, okay, today we're going to pick something really hard to debate. and it's going to be for your own good. It's going to be something that is going to be very controversial, but we're doing it because you need to be able to argue both sides of a case. And I got stuck with a prompt that was essentially why is freedom of speech important and good with giving, basically it was something about giving Westboro Church as the example of who you have to defend in this argument. Even if it's hate speech, what is hate speech versus free speech, stuff like that. And I just remember having to come up with a reason why basically Westboro deserved their freedom of speech, why it's a good thing to have them. And I couldn't come up with shit. The only thing I could come up with was the argument that when we have Westboro Baptist Church, we have a common bond as Americans. We all fucking hate them. Like, it's the one opportunity for us all to come together. It's almost like 9/11, how everyone agreed that's fucked up. And we all kind of were like, oh, hell no. Like, both parties came together. I feel like Westboro, in a way, brought us all together. And unfortunately, we need one evil, one collective can all agree to hate. I think right now, Trupa Procta could be that for a lot of people who normally would not agree. Do you agree? Anyway. I am loving reading. Hello, Texas Gigi from Katie, home of Renee Zellweger. What's up, bitch? You guys had a wild true crime case there, and Renee Zellweger went to high school with the woman, I believe, I think it was a woman who was murdered by her husband, who was once a football player there, or vice versa. But it was a crazy true crime case. So, anyways, let's get to the fucking point, because you're dead spade and date. Yeah, free speech is awesome because it goes both ways. You can say it, but I can also tell you you're full of shit. Exactly. Like, I think we need someone who can make us go, hey, fuck you. And then all be like, no. Fuck this guy. And then we're all just like, no. I agree. Fuck this person. Like, that's what we need. We need an inherent evil to have everybody on one good side. You know what I mean? We just need a common bond. And if there are no common bonds, if we are as divided as we are right now in America and have been for the last decade, shit, do we need to bring back a hate group for us all to hate together? Is that what we need? I mean, I don't want to see it, but by God, I really think Trupa Procta could be it, or maybe it's Jen McCabe. Maybe the world needs, listen, I'm about to say some crazy fuck shit. Don't clip this. Adam, brother Adam, don't clip your dad. Maybe the world needs a Jen McCabe so we can all call her a bitch. Maybe that's the thing. Yeah, he is a balloon knot. And let me say something. Leaky balloon knot is really a gross phrase because I don't like the word leaky and I don't like the word moist. It's like saying pussy. Like, there's no way to say it without it sounding terrible. Like that word, like it's a weird word to say. It's kind of funny to say too. But balloon knots seem pretty cute. Like, I don't know why. And buttholes don't seem cute to me. So it was a really what a weird, like, is that a Boston slang? Like, what is that? Where did that come from? Is balloon knot like a phrase already made up? I mean, I'll give him this much: creative insult, creative sick burn, but also fucking rude. And I hope he shits his ass out when he's in jail one day. Yeah. maybe all of the troopers in Massachusetts, maybe Jen is what the world needs to come together and just hate. It's sad that we need that. It's sad that we can't have one thing to love. I mean, I guess what's something that everybody agrees fucking rules? I guess that would be Mr. Rogers, right? Like, he was probably the last one. Do you remember when they tried to shut down public funding for PBS and Mr. Rogers went before a court of like rigid and unflinching fuck PBS group of hardcore, I believe it was Republicans, but they were just hardcore against like social services. It might have even been a mix of both sides, but I remember, like, he was up there and he was against these fucking hardheads who never gave a shit about nothing. They just didn't wanna give up money. They were politicians. He testified, and he was like, "These are all the good things we do for kids and why we do it." And they were like, "Oh, shit, fuck, we didn't recognize your game. Sorry, Mr. Rogers." And then they backed the fuck off. Like, yeah, Bob Ross, dude. You can't hate that hair. You remember that, T.Y.? That was great. That was great. What can't you get out of your mind? Now I gotta go up. Now I gotta know. It does, she says. This is what it is. This is me just going, I'm gonna Chupaprocta sounds like chupacabra. Oh my God. I'm so glad I went up. It does. Can someone okay, look, I could do it myself. I might do it myself because it's funny, but could someone make a Chupaprocta chupacabra? Chupaprocta chupacabra? Could we make that? I will invest and make a sticker and mail them out to you all. I want a chupacabra with Chupaprocta's face on it. And we'll give all the credit to you up there. Who was that? That was brilliant, Agatha Crosty. Okay, Adam, clip this. We need to remember. Balloon not a-hole. Is that a thing? Yeah, it's so nasty. It's kind of funny, but it's also nasty. Like, if I'm thinking of a balloon knot, I mean, maybe like a dog or a cat asshole. Have you seen those magnets of cat butts where it's like a little puckered asshole? Those are funny. That kind of looks like a balloon knot. I feel like people's assholes just look like gross assholes where poop comes out. I feel like that's a weird thing to call it. He like cutesied up the butthole, but then also said leaky, which made it gross. So it's like, why not just say nothing at all? You know, if you're going to counteract it. You heard that phrase growing up in Connecticut as an insult. Home of the McMahons, which. Did you ever see Vince out there and his chones watering flowers? Very curious. Also, which. Can I tell you, I raved about you today. I was talking to one of my neighbors who I very rarely see. We end up basically somehow getting on the subject of catalytic converters being stolen in the neighborhood. And I brought up your situation, even though yours wasn't stolen, it was broken. Because they were saying, "Oh, we're getting quoted like 4K." And I'm like, no. Listen to what which did. I even pulled you up in chat. I'm like, look at this shit. And they called. And earlier when I went outside, I talked to them again. Dude, same situation. They got it down to 600. AutoZone. AutoZone. Listen, if AutoZone ever wants to fucking sponsor me, or if Scotty Kilmer ever wants to come on, or the survivor of Click and Clack, I don't remember which one, that, like, end of story. This becomes a car channel. We're no longer doing true crime for however long it takes because I love them. And I don't think AutoZone's not a person, but if they want to sponsor me, fucking down. I want cheap or free car parts for everyone. Yes, I'll paint some little trees. Office of proctologist sounds like he's into butts. Proctorologist. There's something there. I had a Mr. Rogers quote on my cap for college graduation. What was the quote? You know what's interesting? When he passed away, I was in an English class at the university I used to go to when I first went to school. And this girl started crying and had to leave. And then my buddy Brendan, the gay Buddhist, who I absolutely love, and I hope he's okay. And I haven't heard from him in 10 or 15 years. I should call him. Anyway, he tells me, he's like, that's Mr. Rogers' niece. And I was like, what? She was in our class. Like, she found out. Oh. And then I was tripping out. I wanted to talk to her and ask her so many questions, but I don't remember if she ever came back. I don't know what happened to her. Just kind of tripped me out. I was like, what? Yeah, it won't be in vain. And I was thinking about showing you guys this stuff, but of John O'Keefe, I don't know if y'all want to see it, but I would have to go find it. I can find it if you want. But there was somebody who posted on Twitter yesterday a compilation of John O'Keefe playing with his niece and nephew. And it reminded me so much of the Idaho 4 video of the girls pretending to be each other because it was John O'Keefe pretending to be his niece. It was so cute. You want to see it? I don't know if that invades like privacy or whatever, but I mean, it was posted publicly, but it is really sweet. Let me know if y'all want to see it. Yeah, she has Crohn's. So not only does Karen Reed have Crohn's, She had 10 fucking surgeries, like back to back. No pun intended. She had 10 fucking surgeries, you guys. Like, that's insane. I would be so upset, traumatized, scared, horrified. Like, I know it's weird, but I get goosebumps. You can see them. I get goosebumps when I'm scared. Shit, even my face hair, my fur is standing up. Like, I legit get scared thinking of one butthole surgery or any. I don't even know if you like, I don't know shit about colons or the anatomy down there, but like, went to Texas school, you guys. I don't know. But I'm telling you, like, that just anything in that area, the colon, it freaks me the fuck out. I get horrified. I get like goosebumps from fear of the thought of it. And she had 10. What a badass. And like, I have friends who have what do you call them? Colostomy bags. And they're like pretty easy for some people to like hide and you don't even know. And then some people, they're like kind of, I saw one guy once on the bus who it was like longer and kind of he could toss his bag around, I guess. But I have a friend hers is connected like right to her. It's such a burden. It's such a difficult thing for them to live with. And here, look, walk among the tombstones. By the way, we're about to talk about you, bitch. You're the best. 4 surgeries in a year, lost half my colon. It is some rough shit to go through. A colonoscopy is bad enough. Yeah, I can't imagine. Like, it's like what, inward pooping? If it's got to feel fucking weird. Or like what do they call it when you put the tea thing? Oh shit. See, this the oblivious. When you put the nasal shit, it's just water and you stick it up your nose. What's that called? Somebody tell your date. It's when you have like a sore throat and you're trying to get the gunk out. A neti pot. It's like a neti pot for your asshole. Seems very uncomfortable. I've seen people do colonoscopies with like hot coffee on the internet. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? But like, that's so painful. And I mean, even if you don't feel it during the surgery, it's got to be painful later, like the healing process. It's just a lot. Yeah, saline, like it's too much. A neti pot, yeah. But for your ass, and it's got to suck. Like, imagine how uncomfortable that is going in your nose. A colonoscopy can also be something optional that people go and get. Like a therapy, an asshole therapy. Fair enough. Yeah, life is never the same. You could be the worst person on earth. And if you have a colostomy bag or have had a colon surgery, you say what you want. I don't care. I have respect to you. Like you put up with the worst shit, literally. You get to feel how you want. That's asshole trauma is so scary to me. So scary. So fucking terrifying. That woman put up with that. Survived it. Fucking fruit flies. I need to make another cup. She put up with that. She survived it. That's another reason why I'm like, come on, why are you getting near my face, fucking fly? That's another reason why I'm like, why would she kill a guy? You know what I mean? Like, it makes no sense to survive all that and then put your freedom in jeopardy, knowing that you're going to a place like prison, should you be caught, where they're not going to treat you well for your MS. You're not going to get the best treatment for your colon surgeries. Like, jails, prisons, they are notoriously terrible. I know people always want to bitch about, oh, well, people are getting health insurance because they're in there. They're getting their sex change because it's not. Listen, you're gonna get shanked with a fucking tuna can if you look at White Power Bill wrong. Like, it's not, the trade-off is not worth it. It feels fucking wild to me that people think she would risk all of that over a guy that she was still trying to figure out, should we even keep dating? Like, remember, she told him, hey, look, if you don't want to be a part of this, tell me now. Like, it seems like she really cared about him, but she was also willing to step away if he needed to have boy time, party time, go find himself, whatever the fuck you guys do. It seems like she was being pretty mature about it. I don't see someone risking putting themselves through that kind of hell in a prison. No, because if she did do it, she had to know she was going to be caught, you know? And to me, it feels fucking crazy. Yeah, hydrocolon rinses. I saw a thing about poop. What is it called? It's your microgut biome. They can change it by doing basically a poop transplant. They scrape all the poop out of you, and then they put new poop in. And it's been known to cure people who, like, it's one of the first things that they found that actually cures things like Crohn's and eases lupus symptoms and has these incredible side effects. It even completely gets rid of some skin conditions, and immunocompromised people have shown insane improvements to the point where they're in remission because of a poo transplant. And there's a really fantastic Netflix documentary that had it in there. And I think it was about, let's say, New York Times. I'll try to find it and put a link in the bottom. But I saw a thing about it and I started reading about it a couple of years ago because I was like, oh, I have bad skin. Maybe I'll stick some more shit up my ass. No, it turns out very expensive, experimental. I guess you could say it's in beta. But there was a guy who makes mad money in Boston, as a matter of fact, who just jogs every morning to the poo facility to shit for them. And then they pay him mad fucking cash because he has a perfect microgut biome. And they're like, we're going to take your shit and put it in other people. And the thing about it is it doesn't get rejected. Like if you get a transplant of an organ, you face like you can't get infections. You can die from getting an infection. It can retract. It can cause all these issues. But apparently that doesn't happen with poop transplants. It just adjusts your microgut. Fuck, that rhymed. That was great. Clip that, Adam. Clip that. Okay. I hate how they call her a whack jab. I kind of like the word whack jab because it's so funny in a Boston accent, but I do agree. I hate how they call her that. It's fucked up. My boyfriend didn't come home one night. He gets some nasty fucking voicemails too. One reason I can never come with my partner. And also, again, I know it's just a rumor, but people were talking about how Jen and Matt swing. And if that's true, I mean, shit, those voicemails might make a lot of sense if Jen's calling the shit out of John. If somebody tried to get me to even hang out with Jen McCabe, I'd call him a fucking pervert. Be like, ew, fucking pervert. What are you, a chomo? Like, no, I'm not going to hang out with that fucking woman. She's fucking crazy. You can do a poop trip. Cindy, you're smart. You're wicked smart. Is it? I've seen people try to do their own poop transplants on some weird lanes on YouTube and LiveLeak when it was open, and it did not go well. I also saw people were ordering DNA kits to try to splice their own genetics. That was a little weird. There's a guy in a garage in Oklahoma on I want to say a 2020 who was talking about that. And it's not regulated. And I'm like, I wouldn't do that. Just FYI, y'all can have your poop tested by poop labs. And if your poop is good enough, they will pay you for your poop. A lot of money daily. Yeah, that's what we were just talking about. Did you put that before I said that? Yeah. Fucking people, the streets is talking, you know. You could get somebody else's poop and fix all your problems. Wouldn't that be the shit, though? Literally? Like, hey, all I needed was someone else's shit in my ass. And now I'm better. And now my Crohn's is gone. Like, that'd be great. I don't know how to join your channel, Kylie. I think you just hit join. And if it doesn't say that, I'll figure it out. You guys, YouTube's sending me all this shit. And I'm like reading through it like, okay, just going through clicking what they want me to. And they're like, make these emojis and then your people can share them if they get a membership. How much do you want your membership for? And I'm like, I don't know. What's the fucking cheapest? And then it suggested that and I clicked okay. And I got to pick these emojis. And I think the ones that you have available, let me see if I can pull them up. And I don't know how you use this is honestly, I just need to read the fine print. There's so much. That print is so fine, y'all. Let me see if I can pull this shit up. Because I want to try to, oh, come on, compute that. Oops, sorry. I just knocked my camera. It doesn't matter. I'll find it in a minute. But it's basically just, I guess, if there's a subscribe button below this video, click it. There's a thing where you can do like super chats, super stickers, and super thanks. It said to tell y'all that the super thanks, I think I should just read it. It's hard to find. Something about the super thanks somehow gives like they don't take a percentage out, but I don't even fucking fruit fly. I'm gonna yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know how it all works, but I know that you could buy super stickers, and I think the emojis should be free. I call them emojis. I apologize in advance. But there's like a baked potato. I think there's a John Cena or an Undertaker. I think I put a scrunchie. I know there's a clearly Canadian and a White Claw. There should be. And I don't know. I think you could either pay like a one time, it's either 99 cents or $2.99, and then you can use the emojis, or they should be free. I don't know, but I'm going to try to fix it. Poop science. Yes. Yes, poop is gross. There's a company in California I got the supplies from. Wait, so you did your own poop transplant? Cindy, we're going to talk later. We need to get you on here because I want to hear how you did this. For a fucking Rottweiler? That's terrifying. Kelly, join the cult. Kelly, be in the cult. Kelly. Listen, you're already in it. By default, you should have read the fine print like your dad doesn't. But you're in it. I don't even want to do the mail-in poop cancer test. I know. And now I'm over here encouraging doing your own home surgeries for your shit. Hello, Dapple. We don't have memberships yet? Okay. Let me figure this out. Oh, these are my memberships. Oh, shit. Okay, how about this? I'm going to do this for you. Tonight, I'm going to like as soon as this ends, I'm going to put whatever links I need because we do have to get started on the subject matter soon. But when this ends, I'm going to go read it all, okay? Your dad's going to go steal one of your dad's boyfriend's energy drinks, which she never drinks because it tastes like shit. And then I'm going to go figure this out so you guys can get memberships. And I think what I'm going to do for the memberships, trying to edit my next vid while the next vid is losing. I think what we're going to do for the memberships, you haven't set up your membership yet and only members can use this pack. God damn it. Okay, I'm going to do that tonight for you then. I didn't do it right, apparently. I do recall not finishing something. I was just very tired, but I'll do it. I was Judge Bev. I was like, I'm tired. I can't do the membership. You guys got to go back and get a new verdict. I am gonna next time. Had to do a colonoscopy twice recently. Did it hurt your butt? How's your butt feel? Is it better? Go next to the $ and you buy a sticker. Oh, okay. See, I think I sent money once to like Duty Rod and maybe Melanie and then the New Zealand family. And I just remember having to put my credit card in and then it sent the money and I asked a question. It was like a long time ago. Let's see. No one can use your emojis yet because okay, I'm going to set that up tonight then. We're doing that. The chat summary is hysterical. It is fun to go through, y'all's. I'm going to the waterfall and ordering a White Claw. If you do that, walk among the tombstones, call in and let us talk to the bartender. We're not a colon cult. We're never going to dig in your butt, Gen X Granny. That will never happen. I keep saying "t" at the end of everything today. Can we ask you, OB, to do a live where you do a walkthrough of all of your tchotchkes? First of all, Holly, love your hair. Love the suggestion. And yes, I will. I'll tell you right now that, this is weird. My deep perception is off. There's Kelly Siegler from Cold Justice. This is damn it. This is hard. I'm directionally challenged. There we go. That is a Russian nesting doll from my Polish dad. That is Keith Morrison, my substitute dad. That is the guy from Eraserhead. There's Banana Dog, and I also have a banana phone. And then I have my Golden Globe Award. And then up in the corner is Willie Nelson. Why am I so impossible to... Okay, that's a drawing my friend did of Willie Nelson. That is Selena, the People magazine from the day she died. There's Mr. Rogers. There's some juggalos that a friend from comedy sent me. A drawing of Big Lebowski. And then that is Red Lips, a painting by Canetti, which I find interesting. It's spelled the exact same way as Yanetti. And that looks like Marissa Tomei, who is Auntie Deb's screen picture. So that's fun. And we're still going to try to get Auntie Deb on. She's been so fucking busy, but we're going to make it happen. Hello, Opus Tinker Shop. What is your shop? We pimp things here. So if you guys have any endeavors or shops, if Tiff says it's okay, I'll put up the promo code for her shop again. So love you. You're fucking funny and beautiful. No, none of that there as yet. Lovely. You know what? I love you, Kylie. You're fucking beautiful and you're fucking funny. And one of these days, I'm going to meet you all and we're going to solve a crime together. And I can't wait. Adore raw days. Yeah. And I'll show you all some other cool stuff. I have a lot of neat tinkering things to show you. I think I showed you my Gacy book already. Date. I got that. That's pretty rare. I want to show that to Bab Mata. Let me. You know, your dad still can't find his Lorena Bobbitt weenie whacker knife. I think your dad's boyfriend hid it because he's scared I'm gonna whack his weenie. But don't worry, I'll bring out some tchotchkes. Hello, Jackie. Melly told me about you and how great you are. Hey, you're great, and I love Melly. And welcome, Jackie. You're in a cult now. Oh no, but don't worry, you can get out of it if you tell my dog he's cute. But right now he's paced out. Hurry, butt plug, colon show. Okay. Let's get to the point. Oh, Hudson. Everyone support this Baydays. Hey, you're a Baydays, Hudson. Also, Hudson, I got your email. I've started going through the emails that I missed. Hudson pointed out a lot of missing kids in Georgia right now. Did you say it was young boys? We're gonna have to look at that at the next live. I wanna look into it because there's been a rash of young black teen boys in Ohio, specifically black boys. And then in Washington, D.C., it's young black girls that are going missing. And then there is a situation where it's missing and murdered Indigenous women in Canada right across the border. And then over in Vancouver, where they've got a lot of Native people missing. And there's that highway situation. But right now, it's like teens around the same age range. Oddly, a lot going missing from reservations here in America too. And one of you messaged me about this one guy who was kind of famous. It was going on during the Veronica and Jillian case. I believe that he was wanted on a domestic violence call for attacking a woman. So before I go like looking into the injustice of that, I kind of don't really want to touch it if he beat the shit out of his family or something and kind of deserves whatever he got. I mean, I'm not God or whatever or science. I'm just saying, like, I just want to kind of do some more research on that one. I don't know enough. That could all be bullshit. It could have been internet rumors like they can't reach it. So I want to look into it. But I feel you, Hudson. I've been noticing like a lot of weird clusters of specifically minority boys. And here's the thing, it's interesting because there's not a massive there's places like in Kentucky, there's not a massive Hispanic population, but there is kind of a burst of a Hispanic population in Minnesota and in this one specific area. And they've been seeing a lot of young boys go missing, but then they've been seeing a burst in young boys coming to work at the coal mines in Kentucky that seem to be undocumented, and then they find out they're runaways. And that was going on for a while. And it's very weird. There's a lot of minority-based young boys going missing. It's very disturbing. I don't think very many people are talking about it. And it's very weird. And yes, Como La Flor, who said that? I love you. Who said that in the cult? Yes, I love Selena so much. Oh, yes, I won a Golden Globe at a garage sale for $4. I've been doing an ICP concert. Yes, I have too. I think I talked about it on Rock Chalk's live last week. I almost got stabbed for the second time in my life at an ICP concert, but I got to staple gun dollars to a guy, to a juggalo, because my boyfriend paid him $20 to staple that to his body. And it was kind of thrilling. And it made me worry about who I really am deep down inside. Como La Flor. Yes. Oh, God, I love her so much. And I'm so scared they're going to free Yolanda. People here aren't going to have it. I've literally paused your lives to explore your tchotchkes. I love them all. Thank you for the walkthrough. Hey, listen, Holly, one day I'll give them away. I'll buy you guys tchotchkes. It'll be fun. Check out this case, Maria Lauterbach case. This is the house I bought. Yes, it's a tragic murder. And ooh, Dade's going to make a note of it. We're going to definitely, I like to put notes for the next live. So I'm going to do that because I'm all that. My friend bought a murder house. It did not fucking go well. And listen, your dad's been pretty vocal how he doesn't believe in ghosts or psychics, but he got real sick in that house. That house literally gave your dad diarrhea, and it scared the Texas Monthly reporter half to death. So yeah, she bought a murder house from a realtor who tried to kill her whole family. And then my friend moved in, and then her entire life crumbled around her. And if it wasn't, so I'll bring her on sometime to talk about it, but it was so bad that like she can't even, it was bad. Like she can't really talk about it right now. She lost a lot. Like she lost a literal human. So here's the thing. Dad doesn't believe in ghosts, but it's because he doesn't want them to fuck with him. So I definitely feel you on tragic murder houses. They scare the shit out of me, but also very interested. Here in Georgia, it's mostly girls, but there are at least 2 boys, a ton just in May. Okay, so you were talking about a girl cluster. I thought I saw that there were quite a few young boys. That's interesting. I'm definitely going to look into that. Thank you, Hudson. And we'll talk about that. My cap quote was, in the external scheme of things, shining moments are as brief as the twinkling of an eye, yet such twinklings are what eternity is made of. Oh, shit. That's heavy. You had that on your cap for graduation? That fucking rules. We didn't get to do stuff like that. That's such a good, it kind of reminds me of when Walt White is talking about Walt Whitman. I don't remember the exact poem he reads, but it's kind of like this one. It makes me stop and go, whoa. Like it's one of those existential. I love that. Such twinklings are what eternity is made of. That's great. I absolutely love that. Thank you, Mama Becca, and thank you for the super chat or super chat. I don't know what that thing is called yet, but thank you very much. You are going to buy my dog lots of treats. Kelly, thank you for $10. You guys are being too nice tonight. We're gonna donate half of everything, obviously, to I'm thinking either way back machine, or I'm gonna start. I've been pulling cases that author needs funding for. So I'm gonna go through them and maybe we'll find the coldest or the one that seems like the most hopeless. And I don't mean that in a mean way. I mean that like they have family that's like, I feel hopeless. Let's find one of those. And then I'm going to take half of everything and donate it there because you guys are the best. For the love of the game, Adam. Adam, how is Helen? By the way, everyone, this is your brother, Adam. Thank you, Adam, for contributing to the cult. Listen, Adam has a van named Helen. They have a web channel, a YouTube channel called Adam Drives Helen. You should all go at him if you like van life stuff. He's a bearded man. He lives in the woods. He listens to incredible fucking music. He's got the best references. Adam knows everything. That should be your channel. And you should go check him out. And he also does editing if you guys need an editor. Anyway, his van Helen's been sick and she's been in the shop. And we're all about trying to help each other out. So if you guys go ed your brother Adam, he's a good brother. Her deep dive on AK missing indigenous is China harvesting organs. I know horrific. So here's the thing. I've read some of these. I consider them conspiracy theories. I hope I don't offend you with that, but it's only because China harvesting organs from, are you talking about Alaska? Because I've seen some shit about that in Russia. It's kind of impossible because of trade routes, how long it takes and how long an organ can remain preserved. So I looked into some stuff about something similar and it just seemed to me like it wasn't really possible. You know what I mean? Like it just doesn't seem like it would be worth it for them. I'd love to see anything about it though, because I'm very interested in I don't want to say I'm interested in organ trafficking, but I'm fascinated with how they do it when it's international. Because you can't really keep an organ going that long. You feel me? Anyway, hello, Michelle. $2.99 super sticker. Thank you. Thank you so much. I love you, Michelle. I want to talk about here. I'm going to get to the last of super chats, and then we're going to talk about what we have to talk about today because this is so good. You're going to love this. Hello. I love you. I'm your fan for life, Jackie. You guys have great bobs. Like your hair everybody has really good TV ready hair. And I'm going to have to get your suggestions because your girl wants some fucking life breathed into these locks, you guys. And y'all have great hair. Do y'all go get blowouts? How do you do that? I saw something about teen trafficking using Uber. Yeah, and a lot of it is like people meeting on dating sites and then trying to Uber the girls to them. And then they have been catfished. So it's like an Uber catfish combo. It's very strange. Super chats have words, super stickers, not so much. Little Irish girl, thank you so much. You paid $5 to tell me that, and you're the best. I didn't know that. And I love you too, Agatha Krusty. Your dad's going to learn. Yes. By the way, oh God, I love Agatha's name. Agatha Krusty is so fucking funny. Yes, Adam has a channel. Okay, so here's what we're going to talk about. Speaking of walk among the tombstones, listen, you guys. Wait, yes, how do they keep the organs fresh, so to speak? Exactly, Bridget. Like, that's what I was interested in because when I find out stuff like, or not find out, when I read anything about organ trafficking, it's a lot different than sex trafficking, isn't it? Because with sex trafficking, it's all about either grooming, using like a Romeo pimp or a gorilla pimp, or specific kidnapping. Some people, it's literally like tying them up and forcing them and then transporting them knocked out. Some people, it's keeping them on drugs. Like some people stumble into it while purposefully, knowingly, and with want getting into sex work and then end up that way. They end up being forced to choose up because they end up alone. If you don't know what choose up means, we'll go over all of this later. But it's a whole process. We're going to do a whole episode where I'm going to play you some interviews between me and some sex workers who explain this process and what happened to them and how they got out of it. And we're going to talk about that in the future. But when it comes to like organs and body parts, it really fascinates me because, yeah, they need to be put on ice. This is exactly what I was thinking. They need to be put on ice packs. They need to be transplanted within an hour or the blood vessels die. So when I see stuff where it's like America to China, I'm like, how? Like physically how? It seems very hard for me to figure that out. Bubba is going to be the first 200-pound Boston Terrier. Oh God, send it to me. Or are you talking about Hugin? Woo. Dude, if he hits 200, we're getting one of those things that Jackson Galaxy has for the kids. It's called transplant tourism. Recipients with the means travel to the locations where they're harvested. Okay, that makes sense. It just seems weird though. Hudson, would you agree? It seems weird to come to America for a surgery, right? Because we have the worst fucking, it's so expensive. Like, that's the thing that trips me out, I guess. I don't understand. You move the people, you go to them, they don't move the organs that far. But like in Alaska, don't they have they don't have a lot of hospitals, right? Like, I'm sure they have one or two per city. It's probably really expensive. Just go to Alaska. Wow. I mean, Canada, I get. Because if you break your leg in fucking Canada, at least, so I had a friend when we went to Canada, I was doing some work stuff there. He broke his leg. He just went to the hospital. They fixed it. They let him out. They didn't ask him any, like he said they did ask him, but they didn't like make him fill out papers that much. Like he just like gave him his info while he was there. They even got him a taxi and he's from America. And he's like, I didn't even have health insurance. They just did it, and I could see people going there. But I'm curious about going anywhere, lower 48 or Alaska, anything with American health. It just feels like fucking expensive. I mean, you could probably afford a legit organ from a legit company overseas before you could afford just the price of getting your organ put in here, right? I don't know. Hello. You got your scrunchy home heart. Yay! I hope you're wearing it. Send that a picture. Yeah, rich people do have planes, but it takes longer than an hour to get from China to Alaska. Oh, trust me, I've looked into it. So I guess it is how they say, like, yeah, Hudson, late stage capitalism, so everything is a commodity. Yeah, I mean, maybe it could be like the coyote thing, like people coyote people over here from Mexico for exorbitant amounts of money, when really they could have just like, there's a lot of breaks in the border that they could have come across, and they build up that fear like you have to do this. I wonder if there's something to that with organ trafficking. We're gonna have to learn more about it because I don't know that much. Okay, here's what we're gonna. Oh, you do perfect it for last minute. Right? Damn it! I need to get my hair fucking figured out. You guys help your dad. There are you. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I want to talk to you about what happened. Wait, if you break your leg in Canada, you stick it in the snow and sell the lower house half to finance your tiny home. So my Canadian friends told me how bad the housing market is up there. And also they sent me a picture of, if it's not Instacart, but I think it's Instacart. It's like a delivery service that's there, but it's for orange juice. They're like, this is how much it costs to order orange juice in Canada or to go to the store and buy it. Oh my God. Like, it was crazy. It was over $10 for what looked like less than a gallon. What we would pay in Texas is $2.98. And that's where they fuck you, isn't it? Groceries and housing costs seem insane. It's really crazy. Oh, wow. Matchmake. Oh, my God. Okay. Forgive me, Hudson, but all I can think about is that crazy lady on that show, Matchmaker, the one with the bangs who looks like China. And she's just like trying to hook rich dudes up with sugar babies, but instead it's like, here's an organ. What do you think of this, George? Is this the organ for you? Let's go out on a date with it. Yeah, I've never done self-cut. Oh shit. Yeah, I self-cut. I need to stop. And by the way, I mean my hair, everyone. Not that goth. Yeah, I don't think anyone will want. I mean, you could parts me out, but I don't think I'm gonna get that much. Again, my body's a 93 Honda Civic. It's not gonna work out. It makes horrible noises, it leaks. Something's going on under the hood. I'm just ignoring it and hoping it gets better. You need the scrunchie, Sherilyn. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna go get more scrunchies for the kids this weekend, and then we'll do another scrunchie giveaway. We did a scrunchie giveaway and it went great. Yes, please, C. Smith. Yes. I'm not again, I'm not doubting you or Hudson. I'm genuinely curious. How does that work? But now that you said they come there, it makes sense. It is weird to me that they would go to Alaska, but I mean, shit, a lot of fucking weirdos go to Alaska, so who knows? The reason the harvesting takes place here is because of people with the money. Oh, okay. I mean, that makes sense. You're gonna chop all your hair off. It's the summer. Now's the time. Now's the time. I worked in the music hall in Colorado Springs when ICP played there. They were super needy, made a huge mess, but they were pretty cool. They are very needy. The venue that we saw them with, our friends worked there. It was destroyed afterwards. I was covered in Faygo, but it was still fun. You know what I mean? Yes, I almost got stabbed by a guy in a fur coat, but it was fun. I'm going to go watch this back and check that out. Okay, guys. I got to get to the point because you're all so interesting. I'm glad you love scrunchies. I love them too. Hudson, so they do this. So they do this all close to home and keep the organ out of rejection. Wow. That's wild. I wonder if there's people who I mean, I'm sure there is because the world's fucked up. I wonder if there's people who go out and hunt people for specific organs intending to kill them and then having a rich person on the opera. I know that's conspiracy shit, but I wonder if it's actually ever happened. I genuinely do. I wonder how many penis transplants have been successfully done from another unwilling donor. Oh, shit. I never thought of that. I know they really fucked up John Wayne Bobbitt's, though. That Frankenweenie was exploiting how bad it looked. Yeah. We're going to do a scrunchy giveaway. It's done then. You guys spoke. You guys have spoke. Yeah, we're going to have to do a scrunchy giveaway. A gift from dad. And you know what? When I send y'all the scrunchies, I think Ohm can attest. I give you other gifts. I think this round I sent New Kids on the Block cards to everyone, these playing cards. And I wrote little notes. And then I printed out some I think I did some prints of some artwork that is Austin-centric. From butts to man junk transplant. Yes, we're already on the penis transplants. I know that John Wayne Bobbitt's looks fucked up and you can see it online. Yes, you can say fuck. You can say shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cock, sucker, motherfucker, tits, fart, turd, and twat. You can say whatever you want. I don't give a fuck. I just ask that you don't say moist too much. Oh, sounds gross. If you say Jen McCabe, give me a trigger warning. I hate conspiracy theorist, but I kind of like being a low-key conspirator. Girl, get out of my head. I drank some spicy, weird, like Mountain Dew shit that's new that my boyfriend got left in the fridge, and I feel like everything tastes bad. I hate Mountain Dew, but it was a weird flavor, so I was like, let's just try it. You went and saw Backstreet Boys and Spice Girls? I'm super fucking jealous. Super jealous. Yeah, I want you to catch a glimpse because it is mangled and fucked up and really funny because that guy fucking deserved it. But yes, I agree. I hate conspiracies and conspiracy theorists who won't let it go when it's obvious, but I do like to conspirator. I agree. I like being a part of a group. It's fun. It's like, ooh, let's be sneaky. But I know when to stop. I know when to be like, it's kind of fucked up, you guys. But yes, we're going to do scrunchies. Okay, let's get to the point. Let's get to the point. Because I'm really excited. That gets me in YouTube jail for 24 hours. Can't comment. Fuck. You can say fuck all you want here. You can spell with a PH or an F. I don't give a fuck. In fact, let's all take a moment. I want you all to just put your hands over your head, take a deep breath, and go, fuck my face. Fuck my face. There you go. Let all that out. Let it out. If you have a loved one sitting next to you who you love, but they're there and you feel it coming on, just point at them and go, hey, fuck you. And then apologize immediately. But do it right now. Hey, fuck you. Just say that to them. Just do it for the therapy. If you get your ass beat, I'm sorry. But listen, it was fun, wasn't it? Ooh, I'm going to have to look into this. I'm going to go through all this shit later and like see your suggestions for wigs and hair. It feels good, right? Hey, fuck you. Even if you're on a bus and it's a stranger, just be like, hey, go fuck yourself, fuck face. Just yell it and then slap yourself and they won't bother you. I also have a sailor's mouth, but I don't like boats. Isn't that weird? I'm glad you feel better. I feel like everybody feels better after just saying fuck. Yeah, talk to yourself a lot. Just be like, hey, fuck my own face. Just yell it at yourself. It's fine. Look in the mirror and go, hey, fuck you, buddy. And then sit back down and be like, just kidding. I love you. And then hug yourself. I love you guys too. Okay, here's what I want to talk about. Last night I gave you homework. The homework was about the Apology Line. If you don't remember, the Apology Line is, or if you weren't here, it is a podcast by Wandry that is a compilation of a really, really old. Fuck. I'm sorry, I had to do it. It's a compilation of a bunch of really old call-ins from like 1980 until 1994, 95, where people would call in to this guy for an art project. His name was Alan Bridge, and he would put these posters up all over New York that were like, hey, I'm doing an art project. You want to apologize to someone? Call this number. It's totally anonymous. You can say you're sorry to whoever you want. You can basically confess. And no one's going to fucking judge you. It's just a way for you to get it out. It's a social experiment. I'm never going to turn you into the cops. Everything's going to be fine. And it took the fuck off. And everybody was like calling in and like this anonymous line and like saying the most insane shit. And some of them, it was really sad. And some were kids who were like, I'm a runaway. And some were women who were like, oh, I can't even get into it. There's a bunch, but we listened to a few of them because I wanted to show you one from the outtakes from 1981 or 1980 and 1981, where a guy who we call Bernie because he mentioned someone named Bernie in it, but he's talking about how he killed a boy named Henry when he was younger, and he gave some clues. And I told you guys how I was kind of obsessed with this for a while. And when somebody put the Henry outtakes up, I was back in. And it's like, I wanted to know, A, do you think this is legit? Out of every single person who responded, I got one response, a comment that said, I think it's fake. And I liked it. I even loved it because it's like, okay, we got one person who thinks it's fake. I want your honest opinion. So I appreciate that. Everybody else thought it was real. So I said, look, if it's real, we're going to dive deeper. And that's what we're here today, because a bulk of you thought it was real. And I agree. I think that there was something wrong with that guy. So I started looking a long time ago at possibilities, and there's one that always stuck out to me that bothered me. And no, again, it's not Bernie Sanders. You know better because you're the one, Walk Among the Tombstones. You're the one who got it right? Am I correct? Because I know our emails sometimes say different than our username, but I believe it was you, right? Give me a yes if we were communicating today. Yeah, real or fake, that guy was fucked up. And we'll even replay some of it in a little bit. But basically, we listened to this fellow, and we started going through and taking notes together. And I pointed out some things that I told you that I thought, were things of note. And I said, listen, go see if you get any results similar to mine. And the reason I want to do that is because this is one of those very rare situations where we possibly have a cold case that is not actually a case yet, right? It's kind of a mystery. So, and yes, it was Walk Among the Tombstones. Perfect. I'm so glad, because Sister Walk Among the Tombstones responded to your dad today. And the reason I said I want to see if you guys get the same results is because in my eyes, there are thousands of possibilities of, maybe even millions, of who this kid Henry could be. This guy could be using a fake name for Henry. He could be using a couple of fake facts or made up facts, if you will. And I just wanted to see, based on what we know, give or take one or two of the minor details, is it possible that this kid that he claims to have killed, which we narrowed down to sometime in the 70s, if you were on track with what I was thinking, based on what he said, is there anybody out there that fits this potential description, this situation? And I said, hey, if you find someone, send them to me. The first email I got back about that case with a name was from Walk Among the Tombstones. And you gave me the same results that I've been looking at for years. So that made me validate. It made me feel validated. Like, okay, I'm not about to look at this thing and waste a whole bunch of time and rehash a bunch of pain for anybody who may be out there looking for this Henry kid without feeling somewhat, you know what I mean, validated, or at least like feeling like it wasn't going to cause harm to someone or be a waste of time. Oh no. Holly, you listen to this on the way to put your most beloved dog away. Oh, look, I know it's not going to help at all, but if you want to email me your address, I'd love to send you something. That is heart fucking breaking. I'm so sorry. Oh, everyone just give a thought, a vibe, a prayer, whatever you got to Suge Avery. Oh, that's so sad. Your poor sweet pup. May your puppy rest in peace. That makes me so sad. I think about, you want to be a good actor who can cry on command, think about your dog passing away. That's what makes me, like, the thought of it. I would never, I get like just thinking about what you're going through. I'm about to cry. So I'm just saying, I love you and I'm so sorry you're going through that. Fuck. Mookies, send the good vibes. My dog is sending good vibes. God, so fucking sad. I'm glad you had something to listen to, though. Maybe being scared is probably better than being sad right now. So, God, poor pup. I'd love to send you something, though. It's not gonna make that go away, but maybe bring you a little cheer in a rough time. Fuck. Yeah, everybody here wishes you the best and hugs. This is a dog channel. We're all for cats too, but we love dogs more. But I'm telling you, this is a dog channel. And look, thank you, dude. Thank you for listening when you're going through a rough time. Cause fuck, I can't imagine. I can't imagine. Yeah, it's so sad, you guys. We're here for you, Holly. Bridget says we're here for you, and I agree. Fuck. Yeah, Frank and Weenie. His dick is all fucked up. His dick's all mangled. And that porn wasn't good. And that's why when someone's watching your porn because it's bad, that's fucked up. Yeah, we love them both. We love them both, but dogs are a little better. But we love them both. We do. Yeah, my heart breaks. But hey, listen, Holly, maybe we can, catch a killer or something. Help take your mind off of it. And I'm glad you got to listen to the apology line. I really am. Because I think that, yeah, it's scary as fuck, but it's something that it's got a creep factor to it. And it's got some scary people calling in. And some of them, it makes me wonder, like, were these ever looked into? And you find out that only one or two were. And he got a lot of people calling in threatening to murder people. So by all means, I know that it is disturbing content, but if you want to go down this rabbit hole with me, we're going to dedicate a little bit of time to it. But in between that, if you guys are going through a rough time and stuff, and this content is going to bum you out more, I want nothing more than for you to take a break from it and listen to something that brings you joy or happiness or just makes you laugh, especially like if it gets too deep. So just keep that in mind. This is some fucked up stuff to listen to, but if that helps you therapeutically, I'm not going to judge you. Me too, but if it gets too heavy, I highly recommend watching Your New Zealand Family on YouTube. They're very funny and they're cute. And I love New Zealanders and their accents. My little girl was a Yorkie who really loved a long neck boy, Humpy. Her favorite friend was a giraffe. Oh, Humpy. Dude, giraffes are like, that's kind of weird. My dog really likes giraffes too. There's a lot of people who really, really, they don't understand that our dogs like bond with their toys. And something about the giraffe made my dog a little humpy himself. And I wonder if it's the neck. Now you're making me question other things. Why is my dog super into his giraffe? It's very hard in the beginning. Expect to see your animal always around the corner. Dude, and you might see, what if he haunts you? That I see, that's what makes me want to believe in ghosts, right? Because that would be so badass if my dog haunted me. Like, if he passed away, God forbid, I want him to haunt me. I want to see his little cute ghost dog in the corner. That'd be sick. I'd be like, oh, he's a good boy. He's haunting me. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. I wish Beastie would haunt you too. That'd be so sick. Pet ghosts. Dude, I've been thinking about that a lot lately, how you never see like a baby ghost or a pet ghost. And it's like, maybe it's because that's too sad, but it's like, man, but wouldn't that actually make ghosts kind of cool? Like, not as scary. It's like, oh my God, I'm being haunted by a guinea pig. That would rule. That would rule. Yeah, it's definitely a long neck. That's why Suge Avery was a badass. Yeah, Suge Avery sounds like, first of all, that's a dope name. Suge Avery. Like, he sounds like a little gangster. I love that. What a badass. Oh my God. My Jack Russell has a humpy rat doll. That's my street name now. You guys have to call me Humpy Rat Doll. Oh my God. Yeah, guinea pig ghost would fucking rule. It's just squeaking. You look over and it's like, man, it's got like glowy eyes. It'd be fucking funny. Okay. All right. So here's what happened. Let's get back on track, you guys. I posted the apology line stuff. Walk Among the Tombstones messaged me. We got the same person. I want to show this person to you. And I want to compare it with you. And I'm first going to show you, let me pull this up. I'm first going to show you, we're going to go back and we're going to play through. Let me pause it. We're going to play through this again one more time. And it's going to be pretty much what we listened to last night, but not the whole thing. We're just going to play through the specific threats on Henry. And then I'm going to show you what Walk Among the Tombstones sent me and what I found from it, because Walk Among the Tombstones found something that I didn't have with the person I thought it was. And I think I might have some things that maybe they don't have. So we're going to combine data today and we're going to present it. And yeah, let's go ahead and listen to this. And yes, baby ghosts would be scary as fuck. You know, I've thought about that a lot. Like, they would be scary, but they could be cute. Like, think about, like, the cutest baby you ever saw, and then think about, like, it's just like, it's a little ghost. Like, yeah, it's sad that it's a ghost, but, like, if it's gonna pass away, wouldn't it be sick if it haunted you? Because it's really cute. I mean, it'd be creepy if it was, like, a baby with fucked up eyebrows, like me. Yeah, we want Uncle Ed on the show. I want Uncle Ed on the show, too. Oh, I need to contact him. I need to get with him and Booty Ron because we gotta talk about some more things. Yeah, you did. You sent that yearbook. I told you. Like, I had found some other yearbook stuff, but it was not what you had. And what's interesting is I noticed some things on the website that his sister put up that I didn't see before. And I don't think I would have checked it if it wasn't for you. So you have helped dramatically, Walk Among the Tombstones. And I'd like to show this. My girl is a dominant humper. Oh, I thought you were talking about me. I was like, girl. She flies the doggy pride fan. Dude, yeah, my dog, he's a little gay proud boy. No, wait, not a proud boy. I'm proud of him, and he's a little gay boy. And he's the sweetest dog. But he sees another dude, he's like, I'm gonna fucking dominate you, bro. And he's neutered, so he's just partying and living his best life, you know? Yeah, kids don't haunt like they did in the Victorian era. Those were the days, weren't they, Hudson? When I was a little girl, this little boy ghost hung out with me. Lily! No! Ah! No! Why? What did he want? What did he want from you, Lily? What did he tell you? Yeah, for babies. Uncle Ed and Duty Ron. Oh my god. I just want to show them canine dog clips. Like, or the clips of like dog mayors and dogs that dog that stole the officer's sandwich and they did a whole news story on it. I just want to give them stuff. Yeah, I know. Fuck that. I didn't mean that. Doesn't that suck that Proud Boys took the ability to be proud of your boy? Those pieces of shit. They took it all. Oh, damn. Oh, shit. I just realized Devin Sawa was Casper. I had the biggest boner for him when I was a kid. I don't know if I can even say that on YouTube, but I did. I still, like, sometimes when my boyfriend's asleep, I go, can I keep you? Just to be weird. Yeah. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to play this for you real quick. A real alive penis. I don't know what you're talking about, but I love this for you guys. Yeah, but they're very fine people, you know. Bullhorn Betty. Oh my god. First of all, if you ever meet someone who goes by Bullhorn Betty, just don't go to that restaurant. Don't sit in that seat. Just don't approach. You know what I mean? That's like Bushwhacker Luke. You're just asking for trouble. Just don't. You know what I mean? Just slowly back out and be like, I'm sorry, ma'am. I did not mean it. Like, yeah, she's fucking off the chain. Dude, I used to be like, I'm never going to talk shit about these people because they genuinely scare me. But now I realize they're just people who got a hold of the wrong pills and they're not there enough to figure out where anybody lives. They're really so bad at research that it's like, you could talk all the shit you want. That bitch is crazy, you guys. Okay. Yeah, it's a whole ass dumpster fire. I mean, she's some fucking, put her on Dr. Drew. I would rather, I would hang out with Tiffany Pollard regardless, but I would rather be stuck in a house with I Love New York than half of the fucking YouTubers that are in that lane. Let's just say that. A documentary about Cobra Girl? Oh, Jesus Christ. Are you sure it wasn't a mockumentary? I cannot imagine. Yeah, stop distracting Daddy. I'm going to play this shit for you guys. Yeah, you do cheer them on when they fuck and they're neutered. It's like, see, nothing changed. Don't be scared. Okay, here. So I'm going to play this. This is the guy from the Apology Line. This is what we listened to last night. And then I'm going to present you with the evidence we have. And then after we talk about this some more, I'm going to show you some stuff I found involving Rex Heuermann, you guys. Turns out he has a chess account. That's not that important, but a couple other things I noticed. that I think are really weird and also maybe important. I don't know. But first, let's do this. I'm going to play Apology Line Uncut Gems from year 0, 80 to 81. We're just going to play the part that we are discussing. And then I'm going to play you maybe 2 more clips from them, show you the evidence, and then we're going to go with Rex Heuermann. So here we go. Let's go ahead and open this. I will share my screen with you.
So that everything's all right now, huh? Well, and there's no more guilt. They're treated badly.
Sorry,
I gotta keep on calling like this. And
God dang it. Damn it, Bobby.
I know that I did the crime and it's wrong.
Well, cool. Calling like this and
There it is.
sorry ass white trash.
Oh wait, nope. That was that wild guy. We don't want him.
The bodies would be no.
Yeah, hi. I've been married for some time now.
We'll just start right here.
And me and my wife haven't had sex for about 15 years. Every morning I get up.
In my past,
There it is.
You know, did anything like this before. I guess what I do is I just say I'm sorry, just apologize, and then everything is all right for the different, those bad things the things I've done in my past. I want to, first of all, this is a great service. I've been feeling guilty about some of the things. I'm going to tell you what I did, but I mean, I've been feeling guilty about them, and I haven't been doing them recently. But the opportunity you've given me to apologize and tell these people that I'm sorry, it's fantastic, because then I don't feel guilty anymore. I mean, I can start doing them again, right? In other words, I just say I'm sorry, and then that's okay. And there's no more guilt. There's no more problems. I don't have to worry about police or courts or anything. Oh, you're a fantastic person. But, well, first of all, I guess going all the way back when I was a kid, there's my cousin, Louise. I raped her when she was, I don't know, about 9, 10 years old. What do? I just say I'm sorry? I'm sorry, Louise. Yeah, I realize now I shouldn't have done it. Of course, I was 19 at the time. I didn't know that. Didn't know any better. I'm sorry, Louise. Oh, so that everything's all right now, huh? Well, let's see. There's Henry. I killed Henry. He was a neighbor. He was a classmate of mine. The thing is, it was in the woods, and I hit him over and over again with that rock, and I killed Henry. It was partly his fault, because he shouldn't have kept teasing me about the size of my ears. And they found the body, of course, and they gave him a good funeral. He had a nice funeral, pictures in the paper and everything. I mean, they kept looking for the person who did it. They never caught that person. That's me. But I want to say I'm sorry, Henry. And again, I was a kid. I didn't know any better. Since I've been in New York, I guess I've robbed. I didn't kill anyone, no rape, but I've robbed, mugged about 15, 20 people, I don't know, stole things, watches, and their money and everything. I don't know their names. How do I apologize to them? Well, I guess, to the 15 or 20 people that I've stolen money from and mugged and robbed and frightened, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't have to say it 15 times, do I? Oh, boy, this is absolutely fantastic. I'm getting I feel so much better now because I've never seen them to tell them that I'm sorry. This is a fantastic service that you're doing. Oh, boy. Well, that's a weight off my shoulder. Boy, I could go out tonight and start mugging again and doing all those things. Oh, you've changed my whole life. You've changed my whole life. I stopped doing those things because I really felt bad. It was really eating at me. So I stopped to try, doing other things. But you are the one who has changed my life and made it better because I'm always happier when I'm doing those dangerous things. That's the wonderful thing, the danger of it all, of being caught and not being caught and running away and getting $100 that you didn't have 5 minutes ago. Listen, I gotta hang up soon, but I want to tell you, I've never said I'm sorry to someone before I've heard of the person who is running this service, the person who answered the phone. I will find out who you are, and I'm telling you right now, I'm sorry, but I'm going to kill you. Yeah, I've never done that. I've never said I'm sorry to someone before I've committed a crime. I am going to kill the person who is running this service. I'm going to kill you, but I'm sorry. I'm telling you right now, I'm sorry. So that'll make it all right, right? You mean there'll be no problem or anything? A lot of people live their lives and they don't do any good at all in the world. You at least will know that you've made one person happy. I mean, isn't that worth a lifetime to make one person truly happy? When I kill you, that's exciting and all that. You'll make me happy. Your death will make me happy. That's why I'm going to kill.
Hey, I wanted to jump in because I know Jackie's new here, and I wanted to just clarify for any of you guys who did not hear this last night. This is from the Apology Line, but not the podcast that came out recently with all of the old Apology Line calls. This is the uncut gems from year 0. Tonight, I'm actually going to put a link. I did finally find one of the old places where, basically there used to be a site where somebody put up all of the archives of the original call-ins. The Apology Line was a place where you could call, you'd get an answer machine in the 80s to the mid 90s, and you could say you're sorry to anybody for anything. And it was totally anonymous. It was supposed to be an art project. About a year or two in, and yes, it happened in New York, Trisha. This is important. I should have told you this yesterday. If I didn't, I apologize. They originally, when he started this, Alan Bridge, Mr. Apology, who passed away in 95, which we talked about last night. It's crazy. But from 80 until 95, he put these flyers up in Tribeca, specifically just the Tribeca neighborhood of New York, but he plastered them everywhere. And it was him and one other guy. And the two of them went and they put these flyers up everywhere. And I showed you a flyer yesterday. I'll put a link to it below tonight again so that you can check it out. And it had the little pool tabs and it would have a phone number on it. And you could call that number. He recommended using a payphone, even in the 80s, just to make it extra anonymous. And so people would call in and they would, Bridget's husband said the same thing we all think. Yeah, he is fucking bonkers. But basically, Mr. Apology started getting calls from people admitting to murdering people. Now, I just want to clarify, I brought up Rex earlier, not because I think he's in any way affiliated with this. Although one of my first thoughts and one of the reasons I even started diving back into the Apology Line, because I did listen to it on a cassette, some outtakes that were recorded when I was a kid. And then when I got into high school and college, I got addicted to reading the old archive transcripts of it. And then I started finding it online from people who had recorded it back in the 80s live, because for a long time it was never up on the internet. Then his wife, when he passed away, had all of his archive tapes. And I believe he had an assistant who was a bit younger than him, who was kind of like an intern, who wanted to move it online back in the 90s around the Pam and Tommy sex tape era. So, yeah, and Mr. Apology, this is a great point. He was not a great guy himself. He would openly admit to feeling like he had a kindred spirit with some of these callers because he was a guy who used to steal. He actually admits that he stole until 2 years before he started the apology line, and like he was addicted to it, and he had fantasies of kidnapping women. But he would also put in his apologies, like, I'm sorry that I have these thoughts, but I would never do something like that. And that's proof that you can contain it and that these killers are pieces of shit. So in a way, yeah, he was a piece of shit, but he was kind of a self-admitted piece of shit who only admitted to thoughts and would kind of make it a point to not really shame or patronize, but he made it a point to let these people know when they called that he felt that way, but he was able to contain it, almost like a challenge to them. And here's the thing, at first, for the first 2 years, it was just people calling into an answer machine. Then he got involved because he kind of had to, because a guy named Richie called him who was killing gay men in that area. And the FBI and the police were like, hey, we want you to help us find out who this guy is. And he had this deep conflict about, he was very serious about his art and his promise he made to his listeners. He was very conflicted. Like, I told them it would be anonymous, and they said, well, can you just give us a copy of the tapes where Richie calls in? And he says, no, but I will play them again during these 2 interviews so that you can record it. And then he created these loopholes so he could help. So what's interesting is the Uncut Gems have a different guy in them who confesses or states that he killed a boy named Henry. I mean, you just heard him. And yes, y'all are talking about Art Bell. It is very Art Belly. It is. We've talked about Art Bell a lot here. I mean, again, I don't peddle conspiracy theorists or theories, but I do love me some fucking Art Bell, okay? We can't all be perfect. That guy ruled. Coast to coast guy. Absolutely. He was hilarious. Yeah, exactly. I'd like to still do heroin, Little Irish Girl says, but I don't. Pieces of shit, for real. Yeah. Like, this is one of those situations where he basically would do this nasty shit. Oh my God, we talked about that last night, Bridget, post secrets. And I said I felt bad about lying to my parents for drinking. I was such a good cat. I may have read your post secret. I had to work with that guy once. He ruled, the author. And I had to take him around before his book signing and like pick him up and get him fed and shit. And I talked to him. He's a very, very interesting, good man. But yeah, I even brought this up last night. It's the exact same thing as Post Secrets, but like a call-in. Yeah, Post Secrets fucking rules, by the way. It's so fascinating. If you're a SnoopyDupa, you will love Post Secrets. I cannot recommend it enough. If you don't know what that is, go to Post Secret. Post, P-O-S-T, Secret. It is amazing. Art Bell is he's just a guy who had the show called Coast to Coast, where it was very War of the Worlds meets this, like true crime podcasting. It was fascinating. Anyway, yeah, so that's what's going on here for anybody who's just popping in. This is a guy that I've been interested in ever since I first heard this. And what's interesting is Mr. Apology goes on to chase a specific serial killer that he has conversations with, and he starts looking into a guy named Richie and helping police with Richie. But he gets a lot of calls like this involving like, I murdered someone. One woman, like her husband said that she was too fat, and she's from out here in Texas near where I am. And it was crazy hearing her talk about how he said, if I don't lose weight, he's going to leave me, and I want to apologize to him. And in that era, that is when Mr. Apology started opening the lines up for the callers to communicate with each other. So not only could they call in and give an apology, but he also encouraged them to have discourse with each other. And even though it was, you know, a day later at a time, he would like air these, and people could listen to them and then call back and be like, hey, to that woman who said this and this. And it almost became like a Howard Stern without Howard. And then Mr. Apology stepped in, and he became, again, hate to relate everything to wrestling, a lot like how Vince McMahon became a character and not just the CEO, and started becoming his own character within the zeitgeist of wrestling. That's what Mr. Apology did. He's like, fuck it, I'm in this now. And he started leaving his own messages back to the callers, almost communicating with them. And then that's what it became. It became like an open source chat room where people could just leave messages. It's very, very interesting how every time I've played this for someone, they always focus in on the guy we call Bernie guy. That might not even be his real name, but everybody I've ever, even my boyfriend, anybody I've played this for, they go, that guy's for real. There was only one person in our chat who left a comment who said, I think it's fake. And you know what? I had to like it because it's like, maybe we're all wrong. Maybe we need to be put in check. Maybe it is totally fake. Maybe it's Woody Allen playing a joke. But it's fascinating. It's really fascinating. And it makes me wonder, if it is real, the best way to find out would be to find Henry, right? Or at least find someone who fits the mold of a little of what he's talking about. Because here's the thing, with the amount of shit he says at this point, why would he lie? I think that he might naturally lie and hide maybe a fact like the murder weapon or something like that, or maybe even a name. But I think overall, what he is admitting to and what he is saying, I think a lot of even guys who don't listen to this shit and hate true crime I've played this for, and comics who are not into this, and they're like, oh shit. And then they got addicted to it. And he was on This American Life. And so I'm going to play it again a little bit, and then we're going to talk about Michelle thinks a lot of people, the overwhelming consensus I've gotten, not just from you guys, but over the years, is this is fucking real. And it was so real that it scared his wife and his neighbors. And when he got this specific call, he had to go tell all of his neighbors, hey, listen, sorry, but there's this guy that might want to try to kill me. And just be careful. And one lady had a new baby and she was like, yo, quit doing that shit, you know? And also, oh my God, see, I told you, Melly, Adam has the best references. Jay and Silent Bob is one of my favorite fucking movies. I have to say, Moonraper is one of the funniest billboards I've ever seen. And that was in that movie. And I loved it. Moonraper with Ben Affleck. What the fuck? I am sure they all wish they could talk about their crimes. I'm sure they do have communication with each other. Yeah, it's very interesting because this was an opportunity. So here's the thing. Some people see this as a bad thing, right? Because of what this guy was saying. He was almost being condescending to this dude. He's like, oh, well, all I have to do is apologize and I'm fine. Yay, this is freeing. Thank you. Almost like, I feel like that was done in that way just to spook him, just to make him reconsider this project, right? Just to fuck with him. And that type of mental manipulation is exactly what we're looking for in the profile of the type of pieces of shit to do stuff like this, especially from a young age. And again, I know that what Dr. Mercado did was dumb as fuck and stupid as hell when it comes to Vicky, but he's a bright dude. And I did go back. I did my homework, y'all. I went back and I read a lot of what he said. He's definitely heavily influenced by Douglas and Anne and Princess Anne and King Doug. We love him. We fucking love him. We stan. But even he and them all agree, like, this is the type of shit they write about. Like, the whole mental manipulation, almost like a predator plays with its food and tortures it before it eats it. They're hunters. There's a lot of things you're going to hear tonight and some of the stuff that we're going to go over that's going to be very interesting. And it reminds me of Rex. It reminds me of a lot of different serial killers based on their profile alone and then what we know later. And so, again, I want to point out, I don't think any of these are Rex. I did spend so much time listening to a million of them to see if any were. There was one guy for a minute I thought could have been Rifkin, but one of y'all pointed out this guy sounded a bit like him, but I think he sounds a little too like Mort from Family Guy. But yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, when he says, wow, I've never apologized before. What a rush. Like, it feels like, oh, fuck you, dude. You're trying to make me feel bad about what I'm doing, right? But it does make you pause and go, oh shit, is he really excited about that? Yeah, that's Rex, you know? So I think because of that commonality, and again, Hudson has a good point. You're hearing him get aroused as he gains permission to be excited by it again and exposing others to his stories. He's getting to tell people and unburden his conscience, not of a guilt that he has, but of an excitement he has. He wants to, it's like the difference between, I mean, you would expect him, I mean, I guess you wouldn't expect him, but you would hope that these type of people would be like, I genuinely feel bad. Should I confess? But what we're getting instead is, hey, check out what the fuck I just did. You guys want to see a body? Like, it's fucked up. He does. He is a sexual sadist. And you're going to hear others just like him. When you hear Richie in a little bit, I'm going to show you Richie. It gets wild. Hudson is spot on. Yes, emotional vampires is a great point. Yes, a need to show off, a need to tell someone. So this seems like the perfect outlet for anybody in that. Robert Schulman, Joel Rifkin, even Biltroff, and I can never say his name right, Bitteroff, and even Heuermann era. But Heuermann might have been, he was too young, I think, for this. But yeah, I'm sorry I freaked you out, Jackie, but I mean, you know, we got to catch this motherfucker. I'm genuinely thinking that, yeah, you sabotaged the jet ski. I'm genuinely thinking that this guy could have, it is exhibitionism. He could have some of the same elements that Rex had. And what's interesting is he threatens Alan. If you haven't heard it already, I was walking the dog, but I listened to this a million times. And yes, he is exploiting it. And that's probably why I think Alan wanted to communicate back with him, because it's like, no, you're not isn't it? Hudson and everybody else, would you agree that it feels like this guy's trying to take control of the line, right? He's controlling the purpose of this art project now. And as someone putting out that project, I can see Alan being offended. What do you think? I think the need and the desire to control, be it a victim or a situation, is inherent in these fuckers. And that's something that Mercado and Douglas, it doesn't matter. Every profiler says the same thing. Sadism, sexual or otherwise, it's all about control in the end. It's not even about the sex most of the time. I mean, this guy sounds like he's getting off from just talking about it and taking over the line. Yes, Hudson agrees. Yes, it is party line without the party. It's a real bummer line, huh? I was hooked on him saying something to make the guy aware he was going to meet his. Yeah, exactly. It's like he's trying to invoke fear in him. I'm really into trying to kind of decipher this guy's motivations. And again, he could be fucking nobody. He could be a nobody, but I do think it is an ego trip. What do you think? Is there anything that you noticed, anybody that I haven't pointed out yet, or that one of you hasn't pointed out already? I'm very interested in your thoughts. Richie was the guy who killed gay men. Yes, so there's two of them, and I don't blame you for getting crossed. And also, I love your fucking makeup, Gen X. Okay, listen. So Richie is a different guy, but he was the one who was killing gay men and describing it. We're going to listen to him in a little bit. He came about a little bit later on after the Uncut Gems period, but he's the one that the cops followed up with Mr. Apology and said, hey, we need to get copies of your shit, because everything he's saying actually matches crimes that are going on right now. And you know what's very interesting? Okay, this is another, time is a flat circle, you guys. So I really hesitate to put this up because I feel like I'll just tell you, and then we'll put it up tomorrow. We're definitely going to talk about this more. We'll put it up after I do some more research. Maybe you guys can help me. But so with Richie, he was killing gay men, right? And this was late 80s, early 90s. So there is obviously, you know, Asian male, who they believe was cross-dressing, right? Or possibly openly trans. I'm curious because they were talking about another guy. I want to say his name was Sugar Bear, but I thought that he was like a club kid from like the Michael A-League scene. I want to look into that more, but he was someone who either went missing or they found dead, and they were supposedly looking at Rex for him, according to LISK Reddit, which is fucking Jesus Christ, that's cesspool sometimes. It makes me wonder if Richie could have also been someone to consider for Asian male or for Sugar Bear. I think his name's Sugar Bear. I need to find that. Yeah, imagine him leaning over you in a fucking hairnet. In the apology line, he finds more people to victimize, and then you hear him threaten to kill the owner. Yeah. Yeah. It's very straight. He really does take over. Yeah, it does. This is a great comment, Starzy. 100%. Controlling people is what almost gives them purpose, right? And one of the reasons I keep bringing it back to Rex is because of all the commonalities in these douchebags' behaviors. And I'm about to drop a big bomb on you right before we continue listening to the rest of this, because we're just going to listen to a little more on Staten Island. Are you talking about Sugar Bear? I don't know. I need to go look if that's who you're talking about. But yeah, so someone has a good point. I'm picking up some snide attitude when he talks about apologizing. It makes it all better, right? Yeah, he's bitter. And I'm going to tell you something else I was wondering about. Tell me what you think about this, because some of you might not have an opinion on this. Some of you might have one, but you might feel like, hey, maybe my opinion's a little biased because of, religious reasons. But some of you might relate, or this could resonate to you, because for those of us, and I say us because if you went to church camps growing up, if you were heavily involved in the church, any church, specifically, though, in my instance, I attended a Catholic church. My family was basically Catholic, Jewish, and Southern Baptist. So that's the makeup, right? So I was a very confused kid. I was like, okay, so you're supposed to be Christ-like according to the Baptists, but then Christ was a Jew, but then the Jews are saying, like, it was just very confusing for me. And then the Catholics are like, Mary's good, but you can't go. Like, it made my head explode. But I was super into it because I like singing, I like chants, and I like potlucks. So I was fucking down, right? But I remember it was very tricky when you get into the evangelical realm. Like, the thing that tripped me out about Southern Baptists is it was always like, we got to save your soul. We got to save your soul. All you have to do is confess and admit your problems, and you're forgiven, and God will forgive all your sins, and then you can go to heaven. That's what they tell you. And in Catholicism, it's like, confess your sins, then you'll say some Hail Marys, and then you're good, right? It kind of feels in a way almost like a confession in a religious sense, the apology line, in that, I mean, I hesitate to say, I'm just going to say it because it's how I feel. It's very much like how the Baptist religion is set up. Hey, just say you're sorry. God will forgive you. It doesn't matter how many people you killed. You'll be fine. You'll go to heaven. It kind of feels like that. You know what I mean? And it's interesting that this art project in the 80s by a very open guy who's very not judgmental, actually has some pretty fucking dark thoughts himself, in Tribeca, who also like partied with the arty guys and the gays. Like, he was all about the art scene. He was all about like personal rights of people to like love who they want. He's very open, but he very much had this kind of religious Baptist situation set up. Like, hey, listen, if you confess, you'll be fine. Or this is to help you unburden your soul. That's what they tell you when they're trying to quote unquote save you. And I'm interested. Do you guys see maybe, do you think that someone like Rex or Richie, who we're about to hear from, or this guy, we'll call him Bernie, do you see them as almost resenting the apology line because of that? Because of it being very similar to the religious idea of unburdening yourself gets rid of all your problems? Or do you think I'm looking way too deep into it? The tip off is that he's real is his lack of accountability. I didn't know any better. Someone making up stories would take ownership. That's a good point. That's a really good point, actually, Hudson. Damn. Yeah. I think maybe that is what pushes me over the edge as far as like, yeah, I'm going to believe this. Am I in your head, Petty? Sorry. Oh, Adam, so you know what I'm talking about. Like, I went to all the church camps where there's put your hands up and pray, and then you can go on the rock wall, And it feels very much like, hey, if you just admit it, you're fine. And you're not fine. Like, that's the thing, is like, if a dude in our church back then, when I was going to the Baptist church, if a dude said, I bang kids, and I just need to get that off my chest, God, to himself in his room by himself, according to what we were taught, it didn't matter what it was. And you don't even have to do it in front of people. If you just ask God, you're forgiven. So imagine all the shit these dudes do and get away with. I mean, you don't have to imagine it. It's all over the fucking news and they feel absolved of it. I can imagine somebody who was perhaps abused by the church or maybe had very negative views of religion, taking umbrage of that and then wanting to take it out on Mr. Apology later. I don't know. What do you guys think? That's how so many people get away with SA and religion. They get absolved of it. Lots of Amish are abused because, yes, oh my God. And the Amish community has so much corruption that does not get exposed because, they're not using the internet like us. He's confident, actually unapologetic, like he's bragging. Yeah. And imagine you go to a priest in confession and you confess like that. Oh my God, you're going to get so many more Our Fathers. I feel like they just saw it as another avenue to terrorize people. Could be. I could be overthinking it. I think it just could be like, oh, it'd be funny to fuck with this guy. Yes. Yes, I do. I remember, Cullen. Maybe there is a resentment because they are Catholic and a victim. That, Holly, get out of my head. I was wondering that too, because there are a lot of Catholics in New York. I mean, there's a lot of every religion in New York, but there's like an abundance of Catholicism. I mean, we know that from Melanie. She fucking sued him. But I do wonder about that. Bernie has a touch of a Southern accent, like North Carolina. That's very interesting. Okay, I'm going to take a note of that. Yeah, Hudson's pretty fucking smart. You're smart too, Adam. We got some smart boys in this chat, you guys. Ladies, we got some smart guys in here, some wicked smart guys. Abuse thrives in those environments. It really does. He sounds pissed that he had to hold his guilt all of this time. And all it took was this phone call, and now he can continue. Where has this phone line been all my life? I know. I agree. Yes, it is wicked smart. He did do a poll. And remember, my name is Paul. This is between you all. I still can't get church camps out. Don't make me sing a praise and worship song to you guys. Because I will. And you know what? The other day I was goofing with my boyfriend and I was like pretending to sing praise and worship. And then I realized I was just singing that one song. I want to stand with you on a mountain. Who is that? It was not praise and worship. It was actually just some song from the 90s that was by Savage Garden. That's who it was. This was an original chat room. The guy could brag and probably put, yeah, legit. Margaret, I think they did. I don't know if it was Richie specifically, if that was his name, though. What's wild is I always got to the end of this and then I kind of spaced out because I was just so obsessed with the Henry things. I kind of couldn't get through it all clear-headed and remember it because I was so overwhelmed with the Henry things. But I remember parts of it. The Richie thing was really scary. But yeah, I'm going to put a link to that. I do believe they caught, I think he even mentions, or his wife mentions the guy's name, if it is the same guy. I went to a Christian Pentecostal church that the pastor's son was raping multiple girls. And during the investigation, it was found that the pastor was stealing and laundering through the church. I got stories. I bet you do, Nicole. Nicolette. Sorry, I keep calling you Nicole. We're going to have to do that's going to be fucking hardcore one, but we're gonna have to do like a whole week on religious shit. I don't know much about the Duggars or whatever, and yes, I've seen Red State with John Goodman. It's incredible, but when it comes to radical evangelical religions in the South, I got stories too, and I know you guys got stories, and I'm here for it, bitches. We're gonna do something on that. It's that whole Ruby Frankie shit took a lot out of me, dude. Just reading it. Oh my God. Okay, so I'm gonna hit play again because I want you guys. Are you talking about Savage Garden, Rochelle? They were so good. They were so good. Were they dating? What was their deal? Someone tell me what happened with Savage Garden. Duggars are Perverts. Oh God, I burped in the mic. I'm so sorry. That's so gross. I don't mean to do that to you. Yeah, oh my God, the Micah Miller cases. Woo! That's a tough one because you see the husband, it's like, oh my God, if you were my husband, I'd fucking kill myself too. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know that she did. I don't know that she did. She seemed very emotional. She seemed very like wanting to get out, but it also tortured. I feel like that guy fucking did so. I feel like, I wonder if he sent someone. I don't know. I'm not even going to speculate. I don't know enough about that case, but I will say that was my husband. I'd fucking get it. I get why. That guy sucks. He's the worst. Absolution is always sought to free yourself from guilt. I feel like he's getting to relive the excitement over and over. Absolution isn't what he seeks. Exactly. And I say exactly because I think he's using it as a confession, but it's almost like jerking off in the confessional, metaphorically speaking, right? Is that what he's doing here? He's desecrating this art that this guy made for people to use this as an outlet or as an absolvement of their soul. And this guy's just jerking off all over it. That's what it feels like to me. Yeah, Duggar's burp. Savage Garden fucking ruled. So did Harvey Danger. So did and they did Flagpole Sitta. What was that other band? Yeah, it's been 1 week. I love them. Even though that guy was on a lot of coke. I get so much done while listening. I'm so glad, Emily. Yes, I love you guys. Yeah, it's a jerk off in the confessional. He's blowing low. He's Randy Marsh in front of the computer. All the women in my fam can hear spirits. My grandma joined the Jehovah's Witnesses to make the voices stop speaking to her. It worked, but JW's introduced me to hypocrisy. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm genuinely curious. Was your grandma ever diagnosed, or probably not, because a lot of religious people are, at least super religious people, in my experience, have not been very responsive to therapy or psychiatrists or mental health in general. They tend to pray it away. But you know, I have someone close to me who's definitely, I mean, they are they hear voices, very schizophrenic in their symptomology. I have no doubt that they've been diagnosed and just are in denial. Also extremely religious, and they also frequently claim to hear spirits. I'm like, okay, is that it? That sort of shit, it kind of worries me, because it's like, is this a mental health thing, or are you having some lucid dreams? What's going on here? Yeah, I don't think Bernie is Southern either. She detected a hint though, and we know that he lived prior outside of New York, but we're going to get into why that is, because there is one accent that I've heard is kind of, I've heard people mistake, so your dad tries to hide it, but when your dad gets worked up, his Southern comes out and he's like, dang, shit, fuck dang, y'all. And I heard people ask me if I was from Massachusetts before, which is weird. But I'll tell you this much. One of the people that we found that could be Henry is from Massachusetts. So I'm wondering if there's anything to maybe just a bit of a accent swap or something going on internally. For some of us, we might be thinking of it like a Southern thing, when really it's like kind of a different state in the East. Yeah, Bare Naked Ladies, Randy Marsh. My stepdad looks just like Randy Marsh and acts like him, and I always call him Randy Marsh because he is. Yeah, Jehovah's Witnesses, man. Jasmine Richardson in Canada was a Jehovah's Witness, and some of the families that I work with are from Jehovah's Witness backgrounds, and it's a lot. It is a lot. Oh, I'm Dad, Jackie. By the way, you're in a cult, hun. You're in a cult. I'm your dad. Just if you don't have to call me Dad, but I told everyone a while back. I had a friend who was going through a hard time, and I was with her dad, and I was like, man, fuck that. I'll be your dad. And then that day I started my first live, and I told everyone, you're in a cult and I'm your dad now. If you have a bad dad, I'm your good dad, and I'll give you good advice. I'll give you good dad advice. Yeah. And so I call myself dad, but I've had people tell me, like, it's kind of, I feel weird calling you dad. Either their dad just passed or they didn't have a good relationship with their father. And that's when I'm like, I'm just obedient to you then, baby. You don't have to say that. Yep. 3% go on. That's true. Okay, so here's what we're going to do because I'm going too far. You do have who said that? Who said you don't have an accent in Massachusetts? We already went over this, twat. That's how. Remember, I'm not calling you that. I'm saying remember the word twat. You guys said I wasn't saying it right. The Massachusetts corrected me. They said you have to say it with an because I was saying twat. And y'all said it's twat, so you do have an accent. If I have to change how I say twat, then you have an accent. Okay, I'm going to hit play again. I want you to hear him one more time, and this time I'm going to let him play until he's done. And we're not going to do too much more of him, but I just want you to take note of a couple of things. We're just going to play him a little bit because I really do think this guy, there's something that I've listened to him 100 times and I catch something new every time. So let's just hear a little bit more.
I'm sorry, Louise. Yeah, I realize now I shouldn't have done
He's got a relative named Louise. Remember that.
it. I was 19 at the time. I didn't know that. Didn't know any better. I'm sorry, Louise. Oh, so everything's all right now. Huh? Well, let's see. There's Henry. I killed Henry. He was a neighbor. He was a classmate of mine. The thing is, it was in the woods, and I hit him over and over again with the rock, and I killed Henry. It was partly his fault, because he shouldn't have kept teasing me about the size of my ears. And they found the body, of course, and they gave him a good funeral. He had a nice funeral, pictures in the paper and everything. I mean, they kept looking for the person who did it. They never caught that person. That's me. But I want to say I'm sorry, Henry. And again, I was a kid. I didn't know any better. Since I've been in New York, I guess I've robbed. I didn't kill anyone, no rape, but I've robbed, mugged about 15, 20 people. I don't know. Stole things, watches, and their money and everything. I don't know their names. How do I apologize to them? Well, I guess, to the 15 or 20 people that I've stolen money from and mugged and robbed and frightened, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't have to say it 15 times, do I? Oh, boy, this is absolutely fantastic. I feel so much better now because I've never seen them to tell them that I'm sorry. This is a fantastic service that you're doing. Oh, boy. Well, that's a weight off my shoulder. Boy, I could go out tonight and start mugging again and doing all those things. Oh, you've changed my whole life. You've changed my whole life. I stopped doing those things because I really felt bad. It was really eating at me. So I stopped to try, doing other things. But you are the one who has changed my life and made it better because I'm always happier when I'm doing those dangerous things. That's the wonderful thing, the danger of it all, of being caught or not being caught and running away and getting $100 that you didn't have 5 minutes ago. Listen, I gotta hang up soon, but I want to tell you, I've never said I'm sorry to someone before I've heard of the person who is running this service, the person who answered the phone. I will find out who you are, and I'm telling you right now, I'm sorry, but I'm going to kill you. I've never done that. I've never said I'm sorry to someone before I've committed a crime. I am going to kill the person who is running this service. I'm going to kill you, but I'm sorry. I'm telling you right now, I'm sorry. So that'll make it all right, right? You mean there'll be no problem or anything? A lot of people live their lives and they don't do any good at all in the world. You at least will know that you've made one person happy. I mean, isn't that worth a lifetime to make one person truly happy? when I kill you. You know, that is exciting and all that. You'll make me happy. Your death will make me happy. That's why I'm going to kill you. And I'm going to find out who you are. I mean, there's no problem at all. I have friends in the telephone company. I have friends who are cops, too. They help me. They get me information and all. I know that there was an article on you in the Washington, D.C. Post, the newspaper. I'll find out who you are. I'll find out where you live. And when you least expect it, in this year, this brand new year, 1981, when you least expect it, when everything seems calm or so, your death will come. And, the way you know, I'll be there. I'm going to do it. And I'll say to you, Bernie, telephone call, and you will know. You will make the connection and know that I've followed through on exactly what I said I would do, which is your death. But I'm sorry. I'm telling you right now, I'm sorry, because I'm not going to have time then to say I'm sorry to you. I'm saying I'm sorry now. Okay? This is a wonderful service. I mean, this is really great. You just say you're sorry and then everything is all right. Jesus, I bet a lot more people would be out doing what I'm doing. The world would be full of people like me if we just knew that all we had to do was just say I'm sorry and everything is all right. You're an absolutely fantastic person, and you're going to make me very, very happy when I kill you. Thanks.
Yeah, I'd like to take them to be with your stupid ass motherfuckers. What kind of shit are y'all talking about? Talking about motherfuckers coming up there apologizing to motherfuckers. Y'all kiss my motherfucking dick, because I ain't got a motherfucking thing to apologize for. Anything I do, I know I'm motherfucking right. You got that shit, motherfucker? You kiss my motherfucking ass, and we won't apologize for any motherfucking thing, motherfucker, because anything I do, I'm doing to better my motherfucking self, because there's people beating motherfuckers out here each and every day, motherfucker. You got that shit? Kind of shit you got up in the motherfucking A-train subway talking about call and apologize for shit. Motherfucker, you come here and suck my motherfucking dick, motherfucker. What the fuck have you apologized for? You fucking white ass scumbag, you. What fucking kind of shit is you talking about? Kiss my motherfucking dick, bitch. Fucking bastard, man. Y'all got a lot of motherfucking shit with y'all, man.
Weird.
Asking motherfuckers
Sorry, you guys.
to come
Had
and
to
apologize.
take the
Motherfucker, am I
doggy
getting
out for a
paid for this
boot.
shit? What the fuck are y'all gonna give me for
So
apologizing
this
to
guy,
motherfuckers?
who you heard after that call was not our guy. This different guy. But yeah, the Henry one where he talks about Henry, that's the one we're focusing on. Is Rock Chalk here? Sorry, I had to walk the doggy. I'm very curious about what you guys thought about all that. For those of you who didn't hear it last night, his cousin does make me laugh. He is a wacko. And don't worry, Adam, that's not the one where the guy freaks out and says the N-word a lot. That's not. That's the guy before him. The guy who freaks out about General Custer. And what's weird is that guy is calling white people the N-word and saying that because they did, but he's saying that they killed all of the Native Americans. And then he starts yelling about Custer. That was wild. I'm glad you asked this, Tracy. So the guy who ran the line, Alan Bridge, he died what was the beach that trying to remember the name of it. Hold on one second here. I'm going to pull myself back up. We talked about it last night, but he died along, not Gilgo, but 2 hours up the way, or what is it? 120 miles up from Gilgo along that coastline, halfway between Gilgo and Montauk. And that guy, Alan, went out to go scuba diving. He would go to this place. It was popular for scuba diving and jet skiing. I believe he did both, but he was kind of obsessed with scuba diving. And there's a really fucked up story that his wife talks about where they were scuba diving and they went too deep and she started to freak out and he didn't help her. And she had to help herself and get out of the water. And she yelled at him. And he was like, I want you to learn how to do things on your own. And she saw that as kind of sadistic. And it was when she was talking about how he kind of relates to some of these guys. And it was very interesting. But basically, he was scuba diving, and a guy on a jet ski smashed into him and killed him, and then rode away. And that was in 1995. My first thought was, oh shit, was that this dude? You know, I don't know, but it was pretty creepy. And I did, when I was outside, by the way, for those of you who know, for the real ones who've been here since the beginning, you know, my neighbor Paula, I got her heavily into the Karen Reed case. Remember I told you this must be how heroin addicts feel when they get someone else addicted to heroin and then they feel guilt for it. Like, oh no, I've brought someone else down. You know, that's how I feel getting people into the Karen Reed case. Like, oh fuck, I'm sorry I ruined your life. But she's balls deep in it. And I saw Paula outside and I walked down and I went, Paula, what's up? And then she jumped because she was listening to last night's stream from me about Apology Line. And she was freaking out about it. She was like, oh my God. And she reminded me that the doc we were talking about last night was Shut Up Little Man. That's the one that I had some cassettes from. So yeah, I'm pimping Paula right now. Paula rules, dude. Paula absolutely rules. What's wrong? You don't have any sound? You can't hear me? Or are you talking about what happened? The sound should be working. Let me know if my sound's not working. My Skeeter's here. Where's my Skeeter? What's up, Skeeter? I just killed 4 of you on my arm earlier. Okay. Hello, everybody. Hello. So yeah, basically, okay, you're getting sound. Okay. I think it's Margaret, I think it's something with your system. Okay, now you hear. Okay, good. All right. So yeah, Dillhole is the best. Hello, Dillhole. Love your name. Dapple's got sound. Okay, excellent. So we all have sound. So basically, Paula's into it now. One of these days, I'm going to bring Paula on to get all of her thoughts on this stuff. Paula's a very smart lady. I told you she knows bikers in Waco. We have to fear Paula. So after playing this last night for you, I asked you, oh, happy birthday, everybody. We stop everything. It's your sister Kraken Studio's birthday. TheRealBooty.com is her website. If you are an artist who wants to express and have an outlet, or if you want to peep her fantastic, amazing artwork, go to TheRealBooty.com and let's all give Kraken Studios a big happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Oh, little man. Hey, I believe in cats coming back, by the way, which, because my buddy's cat was gone for 3 years and returned in Austin. So damn. Yeah, one juror may be compromised. We'll talk about that. What did I got you addicted to something, Daisy? I'm so sorry. Daisy, are you going to be up late tonight? Because if so, email me after, because I'd love to talk to you after. I don't know how late you're staying up, but I need to get some appointments in with some of you guys, because I told some of you I'd love to talk to you. Yeah, Waco bikers are fucking crazy. Paula can tell you some stories. Kraken, happy birthday. Which says happy birthday, everybody. The Real Booty. Ugh, I have 2 friends who are really heavy into graphic art and design, and they make amazing murals and they do advertising for these tech companies here in Austin. And I don't really remember why or what the context was, but I was like, you guys need to check this shit out. And I sent them your website and they loved it. And they've been doing that shit for 20 years. And I was like, she started this over the pandemic, and they were just blown away. So I don't know if they're going to email you or anything, but they might hit you up for some work. They loved it. And I've also been pimping you, Adam. I hope you don't mind. Your date's been pimping you. I've been telling people to hit you up for editing stuff. I might hit you up for editing stuff. Your dad's getting to the point where he might need help. Yeah, I'm a bad Diddy. I got Daisy addicted. My bad, Daisy. Yeah, Kraken's unleashed, dude. Kraken, you can't hold down the Kraken. All right? You can't. All right, now I want to talk to you about Tombstone, your sister Tombstone. Yes, I have unlocked the read addiction for many, and I apologize, Bethany. Also, oh my God, your little babies are so cute. Oh, little squishy face. Yeah, I'm such a good pimp. I'm like, listen, we need to get these people work. Okay, so last night I told you guys, after taking notes for Henry, hit me up and let me know what you think. Hit me up and let me know if there's anybody that you think fits this mold. Who is Henry, right? We're doing a reverse cold case. Instead of finding out who killed the victim, we actually think we know who that is. We don't know their identity, but we've got that. We've got the person who says they did it. We just don't have the victim. So we're doing like a reverse cold case situation because your dad doesn't want to start where one would normally start. I want to throw a doozer out there, okay? Because keep in mind, this could also all be bullshit. That guy could have been fucking lying. But if he wasn't, can't hurt to check, right? So, also thank you, Petty. Also, happy birthday from Tracy. Tracy, I love how active you are in chat. I love all of you. You're so active. You guys all talk to each other. You're so sweet to each other. You little precious babies. Yes. Also, who was it? Little Irish girl got off heroin. Did very good. So I believe that Paula can get off Karen Reed. I really do. I don't feel bad at all anymore. Kraken, I'll tell my kid. He is 17, makes video games. Ooh. Video games are big here in Austin. Tell your kid to go to video gaming school and go get a job at NC Soft. It is the place that the movie Grandma's Boy is based off of. It's here in Austin, and it really do look like that. Like you could, it's literally just video game arcade central, fucking free drinks, fridges stocked. They have a pharmacy that's just like Tylenol, Midol, tampon that they just give away to employees. It's amazing. People literally ride around looking like jerk-offs on Segways indoors. I'm so jealous. You do voiceovers for games, Kraken? That fucking rules. I do voiceovers for a show, or I did voiceovers for a show called Red versus Blue. I don't know if you guys ever watched that. I think it's mainly for teen boys. I don't know. But I played a character in there that started the whole universe. And I didn't even know that. I was in one episode. And they were like, you're the reason the whole Red versus Blue universe started. And I was like, oh, cool. How many lines do I have? And they're like, just this one episode. I was like, ah, fuck. I think I got like $200 for it. It was a Rooster Teeth thing. Okay, yeah. Fluffy Bunny, that's it. It is Henry Bedard. That is the person that, we do. We have a Luis who had a 19-year-old cousin. But here's the thing. The ages are wonky, murder weapon wonky, possible names wonky. We don't necessarily know if this is for sure the person. But you have to keep in mind you can take or leave a couple of little elements depending on how close the others are. As far as the basics go, with name, date range, situation, the closest that I ever found was a kid named Henry Bedard Jr. The person Walk Among the Tombstones is the person who also found that and sent it to me. And then just now, Fluffy Bunny also said the same thing. So let's take a look at who Henry Bedard Jr. is, shall we? Let me pull him up. I am going to pull up this case for you. Now, there's a couple of things that we have to keep in mind as far as notes go. First of all, here are the notes I took. And a couple of you guys have pointed this out already. We know that these are the basics, all right? The victim was named Henry. He does say, since I moved to New York, indicating that he did not previously live in New York, despite having a very thick Northeastern accent. Some of you have said upstate. Others have said Jersey. Some of you have insisted that it could possibly be Boston. I find that interesting because Henry actually went missing in Massachusetts. Or not missing, he was murdered in Massachusetts, I should say. This guy who is speaking, just for the sake of just giving him a name, we'll call him Bernie. All right. Bernie says, since I moved to New York, indicating that he didn't previously live in New York. He stated that Henry was a neighbor and a classmate of his. Bernie gives a little indication of himself and who he is, saying that he has big ears. He was teased for having big ears. He states that he killed Henry in the woods and hit him over and over again with a rock. They found the body. He had a nice funeral. They kept looking for the people who did it. They never caught that person. That's me. I was a kid. I wouldn't know any better. One of the things we can learn from that is the kid did have a nice funeral, apparently. So we can assume that it was nice. There were a good amount of people there, but he says his picture was in the paper. So the kid we're looking for is named Henry. His picture is going to be in the paper. He's likely not going to be from New York. He's going to be found in the woods. He's definitely going to have some sort of bludgeoning about the head. Now, whether it's from a rock or not, we don't know. He then states that he himself, Bernie, had a cousin named Louise who he molested. And he also states that since he's been in New York, he's robbed or mugged 15 to 20 people, stolen watches and money. He indicates that he has obviously gotten away with this. However, we can probably consider that eventually he could have been caught for one of those things. This occurred obviously in like possibly late 60s, early 70s. So when we look at that and consider that timeline, we know for a fact that there was no CODIS going on until post 94. So the chance that he got busted in the decade after making this call for another petty crime, or maybe even a worse crime, there is a 10-year gap where they wouldn't have been able to get his DNA and there would be no CODIS to put it in. There's actually about 14-year gap. So there is a chance that this guy could have gone to jail for anything and never was caught because his blood was never drawn. He was never put in CODIS. It wasn't required when it did become CODIS. And it wasn't legal for them to just go take your blood and put you in CODIS, especially we don't know if he was busted at all, let alone for a violent or non-violent crime. So when we take those things into consideration and we look at them, one of the things that I got back is what Walk Among the Tombstones got back. And it's what Fluffy Bunny said earlier. I think it was Fluffy Bunny, right? I just thought that 1974 sounded too recent given that Bernie didn't sound young. Fair enough. We have to consider though that this kid, Bernie, was a little bit, Henry, he was a little bit older, I believe. I need to look at his exact age, but he was at that age where basically when this would have happened, it would have been 7 to 8 years, I believe, after. Let me look because I want to be sure. But basically, I had a bunch of Henry stuff pulled up over here. Let me see. Yeah, Henry Bedard. He was 15 when he was murdered, right? So he said he was a classmate of his. So we would have to assume that this guy was 15 also, which would put him at about 21 years old when he made that call. So in order for it to be Henry, you do have to kind of suspend some disbelief in that. You'd have to think, okay, he's 21. Is this the voice of a 21-year-old? Now, I started thinking about that. I've got a friend who, when I met him, he was 19 and he sounded so much like Henry, obviously, or like Bernie. Obviously, he's not, but he sounded exactly like him. I'm willing to bet that this could be a 21-year-old. I can see that happening, or 22. Because, yes, so Henry was 15 in 74. So we're thinking 7 years later, because this was 81. So 7 plus 15, we've got 22. So he could be 21, 22. That's, if it were Henry, that is around the age range that Bernie would be. When you hear the voice, I genuinely want to know, do you guys think, and yes, thank you, Walk Among the Tombstones. Do you think that this is a guy who's maybe fudging the numbers a little bit on the age, saying he's younger? Because he said, I was just a kid. But that's when he's almost trying to justify it, right? So I'd be willing to bet that he could have lied about that. Like said, I was just a kid. I mean, yeah, technically you were, but you were like 15 if it was this Henry, right? So do you think 21 to 22 is possible with this caller? Like when you hear it, do you hear that as a possibility? Because I think it could be. I mean, he does. I do think he also sounds like a guy and we talked about it last night. I was like, add 5 years onto that. You know, you've got like 25 to 40 or 30 to 35. He sounds like he has committed too many crimes to be so young. Well, I just want to pose this though, because I was thinking about this too. He says, since I moved to New York, right? Which means he moved recently. I can see somebody who's 18 moving out of their family's house, right? So that would give him 3 years. That's 5 crimes a year minimum. I mean, I can see that as a possibility. It's not too much suspension of disbelief, but it's enough to where it's like I can squeeze it in the bubble of possibilities, especially when we look at the situation with Henry we're about to look at. But it does make me wonder, are we needing to look even further back? The reason that I give pause to it is because he says, since I moved to New York, he makes it sound like he's only moved once. I don't know why I think that, but that's just kind of the idea I got from him. One of the first things you do when you leave home, you know, you go out to the big city for the first time. If he's a piece of shit who intends on doing that, for all we know, he could have been a juvenile when he started stealing and burglarizing, and he could have moved out to New York much younger. I also agree, Agatha. I thought, you know, when I heard him, I thought 30s. I agree with you. But in order for Henry, who is, to be fair, he's the only missing kid that I could find that fits even 2 of the 6 or 7 requirements in the area, according to this call, for about 2 decades prior. So if he were 30, then what other Henry could it be? I have yet to find one. So if you find one, I really want to see it. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm not saying like I'm the end all be all here. I didn't find it, so it ain't so. No. If there's one where he's missing and they didn't find the body, that's not going to count, because remember, they had a funeral for him. I did have one person send me a missing kid. It can't be him because they had a funeral. This is a child who was killed by homicide and left in the woods. The reason I'm a little more, we can be bendy on the cause of death and stuff like that is because, like Hunter was saying, like HUD was saying earlier, you know, why he's making the point that like there are parts that seem genuine, because why would you say this specific thing if you didn't mean, like, it's kind of pointless to make up certain things. However, the little things that wouldn't be pointless would be the things that would get you caught, and that would be things like the murder weapon, the exact location. I feel like he left enough of some wiggle room to where this could be a possibility. That is true. He could have lived in Long Island. He could have been, that's true. He could have been upstate also. Yeah, he would be probably late 60s now. So I was also wondering about this, C. Smith. So he says a classmate of his. I wonder if that could put him in the 16 to 18 range. I wasn't around in the 70s. So you guys tell me, was it common to be like held back and put in a class with sophomores when you're a senior? I don't know. If it is, then yeah, totally. We could even raise his age a couple of years. That would make sense. Yeah, I mean, my little brother was like 12 and he was talking like this. So I'm like, I don't know. Have they found a bludgeon Henry? Yes. So Mosquito, this is the person that was sent to me. And I'm going to show you here. I'm going to click over and I'm going to share this page so that you can see who Walk Among the Tombstones sent me. And I found the same guy. And this is why I said I want to see if anybody else gets the same guy, because I feel like that gives it a little more credibility for me anyway, knowing, okay, somebody else independently researched this with the limited facts that I also have, if you even want to call them facts, the limited information. If they find the same info, this could be something to look into. this is what they sent me, and it's exactly what I found a long time ago. And so when we consider this is years apart, the same information given to both of us, and we both found this page, it makes me wonder if this could be something. So let's go over a little bit about Henry Bedard Jr., shall we? First of all, it's Swampscott in Massachusetts. There is a cold case investigative unit. A few weeks ago, they agreed to review Henry's case. This is as of 2011. None of these links work anymore. You can run some through the Wayback Machine if you want. Kind of unnecessary at this point because we've all seen what the fuck is going on with Karen Reed and those stadies. So no matter what they find, fuck, I'd be questioning it regardless. So this is the sister who has been I believe this is his sister. She's been keeping up with this website, his memorial page. Yes, Margaret. And it's super close to Salem, says Janksy. So basically what happened is the sister's reaching out, and we're going to start at the bottom. And she's giving information about the case and wanting to see if anybody has other things that they can bring forth to the table or sightings. She talks about everybody that she spoke with along the way. I want to show you, actually, let's show you this. We'll show you case news first. Oops, it just took me back to the top. I guess this is different. It was on America's Most Wanted. Oh, come on. Is this, yeah. Let me see. Nope. Okay, so none of the links work anymore. Great. Well, I saved it, so I will have to pull that up for you in a little bit. Let's look at photos. Oh, come on now. All right, I'm just going to have to, there we go. Okay, so basically what happened is this little boy ended up in the woods. They did find a bat near his body. He was bludgeoned. He was, here we go. If you look, the bat found near the body of Henry E. Bedard Jr., 15, 21 MacArthur Circle, if you guys want to look that up, was a Louisville Slugger, Police Chief William J. Carlin said, the same type used by the high school baseball team. So that's pretty much a great clue, right? I would be very curious, was this guy who was speaking into baseball? Or did he take a bat from another student? Now, what's interesting is people have speculated on what this carving is. They seem to think it is a Roman numeral. Someone inherited the bat from a brother who was number 10 in the Little League, and he was V1. That could be a possibility. Could be a number 10 from who owned the bat, or it could be that +1, and then it becomes 6 for who owned the bat. And it's all like numerology and stuff like that. Could this possibly, be a clue? I look at that and I see a K, and I wish I could make it bigger for you guys. Let's make it as big as possible. Ooh. Can you see that okay? So, and yes, Walk Among the Tombstones also found a yearbook that has some very valid info. Baseball coach, I don't know. But here's what we're seeing. This looks like a K, in my opinion. And I think whatever this is could be another initial that they perhaps tried to scrape off or was just worn. It's very interesting to me that there are carvings in this bat. Thank you so much, Adam. There are carvings in this bat that, yeah, I was thinking KN also, right? But then, like, what is this down here? Is it a K1 with it's very confusing. I'm going to touch these up and try to, honestly, I'm not photoshopping them, but I'm going to try to enhance them later to get better pictures of it for you. I'd be very curious what Duty Ed has to say about this case. But I wish I would have had, here, let me see if I can pull open my notes for you guys to see. I'm just going to put my notes on this page and let you guys see my notes. Fuck it. You guys can see my fucking notes. Hold on just 1 second. And we're going to do a little bit every day and learn a little bit more about Henry as time goes on. And that way, those of you who are just getting into this can kind of like catch up and maybe throw in your 2 cents and have a chance to dive into it as well. We're not in a rush. We want to be really careful. We, again, don't even know if this could be a possibility, but I'm very interested in it. So let me pull this open. I wish there was a way. Shit. Yeah, that's going to be impossible to see. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Here's what I'm going to do. Hold on 1 second, guys. Sorry, your dad's trying to figure this shit out. Okay. Let me just pull this. Oh, how about this? Why don't we start with one of the first news articles about Henry? We'll just do that because I think that that's where we should start. I always say whenever you're looking at cases, if you have especially cold cases, if you have the earliest news articles or news footage, start with that. A lot of people want to start with the updates because they're like, just get to the point and show me what you got. But one of the ways that cold cases so often get solved, and we did talk about this in one of my classes, and it was crazy because I didn't think the number was that high, but it was something like 75% get solved specifically by going back and starting over from the beginning. And you end up finding stuff that you already knew or already had. I mean, again, look at Delphi, but there's so many that are like that I think it's always important to start at the very beginning. Okay. So we've lost a good man. Henry Bedard Jr. had a main ambition in his young life to wear number 30 as a member of the varsity football team at Swampscott High. He never got the chance, but he was attired in a blue and white jersey bearing that number on Thursday as he was laid to rest following one of the more impressive funerals in Greater Lynn in recent years. So his funeral was in Greater Lynn, everyone. Returning to his home Monday afternoon after a shopping trip in Vinnon Square, he was savagely bludgeoned to death with a baseball bat in a wooded area near Paradise Road and Suffolk Avenue. Oh, shit. Suffolk, didn't see that one coming. Very few of the close to 1,500 persons who attended the funeral. Remember what he said. He said in that video, he said he had a very nice funeral, right? 1,500 people, damn. And they even say it was one of the more impressive funerals. I feel bad for anyone else who had a funeral back then. I guess it wasn't impressive. Very few of the close to 1,500 persons who attended the funeral at St. John and the Evangelist Church in Swampscott were aware of the fact that he was attired in his favorite jersey. It was a decision made by his parents who felt it was one wish their son might have made. He loved all sports, but particularly football, and idolized his older brother, John, a former Swampscott high school football player who wore the number. Henry Bedard had hoped to wear that number this past season while a member of the junior varsity squad, but it was assigned to someone else. Several weeks ago, he purchased a jersey with that number and it hung in his closet. His fondest hope was to wear that jersey next year. He was also attired in a brand new pair of sneakers, a Christmas gift that had been purchased for him before his death by his older sister, Cheryl, who I believe is the one who runs that website, actually, a former athlete at Swampscott High. When his body was discovered on Tuesday, nearby was found a package containing a bottle of perfume, the gift that he had purchased for his sister. Oh my God, you guys. That's so fucking sad. Oh, that just hit me hard. Oh, God. I don't know why I missed that before. I've read all these. This is crazy. Damn, his poor sissy. John and Cheryl and his younger brothers, Scott and Steven, oh my gosh, that's a lot of siblings, recognize his love for football in their floral display. It was a football fashion with flowers against the backdrop of a gridiron of carnations. Oh, photos of Henry Bedard in the Shaw Junior High yearbook. Boom. Walk among the tombstones. You fucking genius, dude. Is that where you got the yearbook info? I should have thought of that. That's so smart. I didn't even, usually that's what I do is like, I'm like, what school? Da, da, da. But I really was just so enraptured with this case. I just read through all of it and didn't take good notes. You fucking called it, girl. This is why this is great. This is why I love having you guys here. Y'all spot things I don't spot. I'm not a know-it-all. I don't know it all. I act like one, but I don't. And you fucking keep me humble. Because you guys are pulling out some good info. You're giving me great feedback. I love everything I'm hearing. I genuinely feel like if we all put our thinking caps on, we might get through this camping trip. Kids, we're not going to let it tear us apart. And seriously, where's Rock? I swear I saw Rock. There you are. What's up, Rock? I'm going to leave touch DNA on you, young lady. Just kidding. I miss you so much. We got to have you on. We're going to have you on this week. Fucking email me though, Rock, because I don't think I have your email anymore in my thing. I got like a whole I got swamped when I signed up for a couple of things. And it just, oh my God, I got swamped with emails. But email me because I want to have you on. I want you to react to some stuff. Check the social security number database for the height and popularity of the names Henry and Louise to have an era of focus. Yes, I actually went through a death index for every single state and looked up Henry's. And this is the only one that I could find that was under the age of 20 from the 60s and 70s that was an unsolved homicide. So that's why I'm very curious. And I'm going to show you something else in a minute. Let's finish reading it. He had recently told his father that he had hoped to obtain a driver's license for his 16th birthday so that he could open the station and allow his father some extra sleep. Oh, because his dad worked at a service station, you guys. He wanted to help out his daddy. Oh, this is so sad. Among those at the funeral was Joseph Labarino, a former neighbor of the Bedard family. Oh, interesting. So we have the name of a neighbor. Family when it lived on Timpson Street in Lynn. This is all good. How did I miss it? Did I not read this one? This is tripping me out because I knew it was a big badass funeral, but they literally listed his old street. Okay. Well, maybe there you go. Let's see. Let's see who's there. I'm not saying stalk these people, by the way, but let's check out some old property records. See who lived there and if there was a Louise related to the neighbors and who the neighbors were. Maybe we could find them and see if there's an accent going on. And by the way, anytime I'm encouraging you guys to look up stuff, I need you to make me a promise. Because if I find out anybody does something like what I'm about to say, I'll shut this shit down in a second, kids. I will turn this fucking car around and go home. I have no problems with that. This is fun. I love you all, but I don't want to fuck people's lives up, okay? So promise me one thing. Never go real life unless it's to help. You feel me? Because someone asks you for it. It's one thing to reach out and be like, hey, I'm concerned. Would you mind answering a few? You guys can do that. I'm not telling you what to do. But never, ever message someone and be like, did you fucking kill this kid? I swear to God, your dad will. I'll drive us all immediately into a tree. Do you understand? So we need to just pay attention when we're looking at this stuff and look at ways around in real life contact. Look at ways that we can do things without disrupting someone's life. Because the worst thing is to disrupt it and then it ends up not having anything to do with them and then we all look like fucking chodes. You feel me? So yeah, no Dexon. No Dexon, period. Bye, Jackie. Oh no. Wait. The grandma died and you have to call the dead grandma? Oh, you have to call the kids. Okay, yes, go call the kids by all means. By all means. Yeah, I was doing the Boston accent. Oh, you're talking about her doing the Boston? I thought she was too. I liked it. Yeah, nobody wants to be a chode dumbbell. Okay, so we've got a lot of data here to work with. We've got the section, like where the funeral was. Included in the assemblage was a large delegation for students from Swampscott High and Shaw Junior High and many friends and neighbors of the Bedard family. Which honestly, let's say this is it, okay? Let's say this is him. Does it surprise anyone if he is telling the truth and he is? And keep in mind, when people say neighbor, they don't always mean the next door neighbor. They can mean someone on their street. That was a big thing I've learned in some cases, you'll hear people say, oh, my neighbor, and then you find out they're a block down or they're behind them on another street. So it does broaden the search a little, but it also narrows it a lot. So that's good. But it would be interesting to me if he were the guy and were a neighbor. It would be right on brand for him to attend the funeral, wouldn't it? Or a search party even. Okay. Excuse me. There were several poignant moments. Oh, they spelled it poignant. It's fine. It was the 70s. The dead youth's family entering the church, each sustaining the other in the moment of grief. Oh, people young and old holding back tears, but only for so long, as the coffin was wheeled from the church altar to the refrain of the battle hymn of the Republic on the organ. Many wept openly. Yeah, I'd imagine that's so fucking sad. The young wept because they were experiencing something new, the loss of a brother, a friend, a classmate. The old wept because the young life had been snuffed out in a merciless manner. It remained for the Reverend Edmund de Rozier to give meaning to the lament when he said in his eulogy, "We've lost a good man without cause or reason." Oh my God. Man, news articles used to be so, I mean, even though they spelled it wrong, I'm going to say it, poignant. They used to be so beautiful. Like, really, like this is kind of, it's really sad, but it's very well written. It's so beautifully written. Oh my God. Now they're like AI generated utter shit. What are the chances Bernie stopped his crimes? He probably ended up in jail at some point. That's what we were talking about earlier, Jesse, right? Like, what if he ended up in jail and then that's why we haven't heard anything from him, you know? And yeah, that's a good point, Caitlin. We take that shit for granted. They ain't no spell check in the 70s, y'all. This is exciting, Tracy. It's exciting because what if we do end up finding some shit and then we could send it to the sister and then it helps? That'd be great. That would be great. His little brother thought of Henry as his best friend. I know, Walk Among the Tombstones. And you found really good data on this. So, if we find anything, this is gonna be your shiny moment. We love this. We love this for you. We had to set physical letters into a print page, tiny little letters. Yeah, I can imagine. And see, when I got into news writing editorial, it was the year that was no longer, that's what fucked my college up, by the way. I went for journalism, news writing, editorial, and the year after I graduated, they got rid of that. Like, they got rid of it. It didn't exist anymore because print media is dead. So, what a great choice for me. So when I wanted to continue my education, I found that there were a lot of precedent classes that I needed that I had to go retake because they literally no longer apply. And technically, my first degree is just bullshit because it doesn't exist anymore here in Texas. And we had News Edit Pro. That was a big thing. And then before that, we worked with like literally positioning shit on this projector like thing. And it was just very confusing. Yeah, photography school. Oh my gosh. And I remember having to like develop photos and work with a photographer who was a total douchebag. Oh, brother Adam is here. You're the MVP. So that's the thing, Angela. 2011, they're talking about, we've got DNA evidence is so far advanced. And then they said the saddest shit I've ever heard, it's in the hands of the Massachusetts State Police. And we see what's going on there. So that's what worries me. I do love a good dark room. And again, what did Rex use to develop his photos? I'm wondering. This is really good. Maybe some info can be passed along. Exactly. Yeah, there's just a lot here, you guys. So basically, like the data that we have in this case, let's open this one, is limited, but I'm going to read you a little more here. In Swampscott, police today questioned friends and acquaintances of a 15-year-old high school sophomore whose battered body was discovered in the woods off Suffolk Avenue Tuesday afternoon, an apparent murder victim. Henry Edward Bedard Jr., son of Henry and Gloria of Mansfield, 21 MacArthur Circle, had been missing for nearly over 24 hours when his body was discovered under some leaves by two young boys. I want to know who those boys were. Dr. Albert Shubb, Essex County medical examiner, described the cause of death as severe head wounds. That matches with what we heard from Bernie, which indicated homicide. But Dr. Shub stops short of officially ruling on the death, pending an autopsy scheduled to be performed this afternoon. Carlin said he was optimistic. The boy's father said that the last time he saw his son was Monday morning before the youth left for Swampscott High. Bedard said his son went directly from school to Vinnon Square, where he was to pick up movie film he had taken himself and do some Christmas shopping. Bedard said the last person to see his son alive was a friend who saw him jogging homeward along Paradise Road. So keep in mind Paradise Road. Kind of important. It might not be the same road they lived on, but could still technically be considered a neighbor, right? He was very excited. The grief-stricken father said the last time I saw him was when he was putting out the trash. I had this 8mm movie camera around the house for years, and he couldn't wait to see the film he had developed. At 9:15 Monday night, after searching their Foster Dam neighborhood in the pouring rain, oh God. You guys, I need to make a note of that. Pouring rain, I didn't even know that. Shit. So when they had looked at this case, I looked at historical weather data and I wrote it down, but I did not remember it in my head. And now I'm realizing that's bad. The pouring rain is bad. Because there goes all the good evidence. I don't know the exact family address, but it is in here. It's in the last picture, Petty Mason. The henrybedard.wordpress.com site is still up, and it's got all of that information, but the neighborhood was Foster Dam. Excuse me. Okay. Bedard Sr. and his wife notified police her son was missing. As an investigation continued Tuesday morning, police requested dogs and helicopter assistance to search the woods in Bedard's neighborhood, thinking the boy might have been injured and unable to move. At 2:30 p.m., the search was being organized. Police received a call from the mother of two boys who said they had found a body buried under some leaves. So under some leaves in the woods at the end of Suffolk Avenue, formerly known as Kite Hill, about a mile from the Bedard home. Dr. Shub examined the body at the scene. Both police and Dr. Shub have held back from officially describing the death as homicide. Police said the body could have been at the scene as long as 24 hours. But we know how long it was because of when the dad last saw him and when he left the photography place. Police said, Bedard was 5'4" and weighed 135 pounds. He had sandy brown hair and was wearing a brown jacket and light trousers at the time he left his home. Oh, I love how they used to say trousers instead of pants. Police continued searching the area Tuesday evening after dark using floodlights provided by the fire department. Oh, they didn't get a fucking leaf blower for the leaves? I'm so sorry. A metal detector was brought to the area and used without success. Police Chief Carlin said the case was treated as a routine missing person case until word was received of the discovery of the body. Lieutenant James Hanley headed the local investigation, assisted by Lieutenants Peter J. Cassidy and Paul A. Sherry. State Police Lieutenants Alfred Dunling, William Cronin, and George McGarity, all from the Essex County District Attorney's Office, and are also working on the investigation. See how that works? See how the DA said, oh shit, this is a fucking wild case. Let's get down there. That's what should have happened with Karen Reed. Very interesting. Bedard worked part-time Saturdays at the Bedard Sunoco station. That's where his dad works. Remember, he wanted to pick up shifts to help his dad out. Danvers, operated by his father. He played junior varsity football at Swampscott High and was out for winter track. He also leaves 3 brothers. He's got his sister Cheryl, grandmas, everybody. Henry is a native of Swampscott who moved away 21 years ago when he was married and returned 4 years ago. They're talking about his dad. The last murder investigation in Swampscott occurred in 1968. That's crazy, right? I mean, could you imagine now going 6 years without a murder in your city? Holy shit. Salem police investigated the murder of Donald Reimer, a Marblehead businessman, at the Summit Estate Apartments complex in Vinnon Square at the Salem Swampscott line 2 years ago. The case is unsolved. Oh, he said 2 years ago. Oh, wait. So I'm confused. Thought it said 70. 4. So whatever, it's fine. I'll do math later. The point is, yeah, exactly. Fuck him. Okay, I'm talking about Gray Pubes, but not this kid. This kid rules. We're gonna avenge his death, but fuck Gray Pubes. All right. I'm good at maps, but I want to map it first because I haven't really mapped everything out for this case. The whole point is I wanted to see if any of you came up with this too. And if you did, and if you thought there was weight to it, then we're going to get balls deep, start mapping, getting real serious into it. Me personally, I just collected a lot of data from it. I kept obsessing over it. I did not get obsessive to the point where I was making maps because I had other cases I was doing that for. But it's such a far out thing to hear someone openly admit some shit on a call-in line, right? And then to consider, is it true? And then to dedicate a lot of time to it. So I wanted to see what you guys thought before I dedicated that time to it. And also I just kind of got fucking busy and forgot to go back and look into this. I am a map god. That's a fucking Eminem reference. Gray uses some fucking basic ass shit. And I don't know why people are amazed at him. It's fucking basic. I got some shit that's going to blow your mind mapping wise. I'm going to show you how to make your own maps. I'll even put a link below so that you can make your own interactive maps. And we're going to bust out some topography maps. We're going to bust out all kinds of maps. In fact, we should do a whole episode where we talk about all of the mapping technology because there's a ton of it. And there are hot zone maps where you can basically transfer files that are in PDF or Sheets form into a map form. And it's going to trace a hot zone area, which is an area with more than average content or higher than average numbers. We're also going to talk about how there's a profiler. I think it's Scott, I mentioned him before. I can't remember his last name right now. I apologize. It's not out of disrespect. Your dad's head's just very filled. And Mike, there you go. Mike King. Yes, Caitlin. Mike King, he's very good with maps. He mapped out the entirety of the Mr. Cruel case. He did that digitally, though, which is, I'm not saying though, like to discredit it. It's just basically what they do for things like that is they type it into a CSV or a Sheets or basically any file that is considered an Excel spreadsheet. And then it does all that for you. And it's fascinating. And there's a lot of shit out there that you guys can use different maps for. We can do terrain maps. We can do historical mapping, which I go into. If any of you guys didn't go back to my earlier OSINT videos, listen, I talk a lot. I understand sometimes I can talk too much. It can be annoying as fuck. I get that. But I did take a lot of time to heavily edit myself down to exactly what you need to know to do things like that. And you can go to the OSINT episodes and I just give you a basic rundown of how they do it. All the creators you love who do the mapping shit, here's how they do it. Here's what they use. Okay, next. And if you go to my OSINT part 1 and part 2 videos, you're going to see lots of mentions of different tools and I focus on free ones too. Different things that you can use to do exactly what they're doing, and some that are even like better than what Gray Pubes uses. You guys could have brand new pubes that aren't gray. You feel me? You could have like nice new pubes. So with that said, I highly recommend you going back and looking at those first 2 part 1 and 2 OSINT videos. We go into cameras. We go into basically any open source intelligence that is digital or traceable online, anything that involves traffic cams, mapping, distance, finding screen names. Like, we talk about all of it. We do it rapid fucking fire because I just wanted to get that info out there. Also working on, I guess it's like an online book, but it's more of like an updated version of a current OSINT manual that has been It has been the Bible. I've showed it to you, Bizzles. I am working on kind of an updated one with some more techniques that aren't included in that book. As almost like a companion that he did not ask for. But I think that it's got some very important stuff that has to do with newer apps and things that are available now that were not at our disposal before. And I have to say, I almost hesitate to say this. Nope, that means I should say it. I got friends who submit shit to a lot of these fuckers that you don't like, and I don't like them either. But I got friends who submit shit to them who are very tech savvy, and I promise you, a lot of these motherfuckers are just getting other people's shit and using it and pretending to be smart. A lot of them are not finding this on their own. That Telegram shit, he didn't fucking find that. And that was through a free program. And it was very easy to do. And then the fact that he fucking didn't want to tell people how he did it is ridiculous. And that's why I went out and was like, here's how you fucking do it. Because I think withholding information that can help people is a shitty thing to do. I think everybody should have access to public information. So if you want some fucking fresh pubes, I got you. Fresh, clean pubes. That's what we're about in this cult. Yeah. I think that anything you've seen him do, I can show you how to do better. You don't even need to fuck with that. All right? You don't need that. You shouldn't have to be degraded or talked down to find data. Especially a lot of you guys. Yeah, Grizzly's fucking dope at maps too. She knows what she's fucking doing. I mean, if you want to see how Grizzly does her shit, watch her. She does it. She's fucking great. And she really uses like some pretty basic material like Google Maps and stuff, but she uses like the earth and stuff. And she gets in there and she walks you through it the same fucking way he does. But she's nice and she does it with respect and actually a little more accuracy. And she's really good at like creating material that is consumable and makes sense. And I think that she's very open about the material she uses. And that's the big fucking difference, isn't it? Is one guy's over here like, I'm not going to tell you how I found this Smeagol. My precious. And it's like, dude, just fucking share a link. What's wrong with you? And then we've got her over here like, let me show you exactly how I'm doing it so that you can use this. Like, that's what I'm about. I love that she does that. You know, I've seen lawyers online be like, I got this and I can't tell you from where. And it's like, bitch, you got it on LexisNexis. Quit bragging. You know? I feel like you need to focus on getting information. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but as your dad, focus on getting information from people who are going to openly show you how they got it. Don't just trust the information you've been given. Like, focus on people. And if someone's not going to share with you a method of how they got it, then they probably got it from someone and didn't do shit. And they're just trying to look smart. Lady G is Lindsey Graham. That's so fucking funny. His ladybugs. Ugh. Yeah, I love Grizzly. She fucking rules. And yeah, that dude, we're going to call him Smeagol from now on so I don't have to say pubes. Yeah, she does great timelines and maps. And that's a great point. She's not even from this fucking country. She has to put up with our horrible metric system. Damn, dude. Yeah, having people tell me, like, I can't tell you where I got this. Bitch, you got it from Lexus. You got it from Judy Records. I mean, he who shall not be named earlier, fucking old furry butt pube, he's fucking using shit straight off Judy Records and then being like, I can't tell you where I got. Bitch, you got it from Judy. It's free. Show people. That's when you know there's a fear. Like, I don't want anyone to have that. Like, quit hoarding data. There's so much fucking data out there. We don't need to hoard it. I can tell you this much. This is something that a lot of people don't know. Here's a trick about maps. A lot of people think that Google Earth and the Google Maps that you log into that you can walk around are the same thing, but they're actually different. If you go through googleearth.com or just type in Google Earth and go through the exact link for it, you're going to actually get way more options. Like way more options than if you just go through the basic maps. If you get it downloaded onto your desktop, you're going to be able to see way more shit. It's so much more operable, so much more manageable. And like, yeah, quit hoarding data. What's wrong with it? Quit hoarding fucking data, people. There's enough data to go around. Free pet pubes. Yeah, that's so fucking funny. But seriously, like, there are different little tricks that people can use to, do certain things online. And I think that if we're in the business of showing people how to advocate for yourselves and how to find information out about a loved one if we're trying to show you different methods, and I say we, like anybody who's a creator is trying to show you different methods of research, investigation, genetic genealogy, anything involving OSINT, geomapping, just general, like even organizational shit. If you're not going to equip people with how you're fucking doing it, then shut the fuck up. Like, why are you fucking here? You're just showing off at this point. Or you're trying to play God, or you're trying to play detective. Like, we should be helping lift each other up and giving each other avenues so that other, like, here's the thing. You could be, you know, Mr. Badass cop who's like fucking looking into everybody's shit for them, or you could teach a man to fish. And if we really want people to be able to fact check things and to get with reality and to not buy into made up bullshit, that is the only way we're going to be able to do that, is by teaching them how to do it. This is how you find out if this is bullshit. This is how to find out if this is badass and real. And we have to be open to it. I don't know what this means, but it's very fucking funny. Balloon not ballow. But I really truly think that, like, we really do need to be, I mean, I get it. Some people are like, oh, I can't show you my source. There's a different thing between your sources and your platform that you use to get information. Those are different. So I'm not about hiding that shit. Here's the thing. If it's too complicated, or if I'm not sure if there's malware on it, if I'm not sure if it's going to give you the results you need, if I'm not sure that it is worth your time or money, that's when I withhold. The only time you're ever going to hear me not tell you a way I use is because I don't want you to get fucked over and ripped off. So if I buy a program or some software or an app that is $400 and it's fucking super complicated, and I'm just trying to get hash values from some shit, and it kind of works, but I was able to get one thing that's helpful out of it, and I'm presenting that thing to you, and you say, hey, how did you get that? That's a situation where I might not tell you, but it's not because I'm withholding. It's because it's like, dude, do not even fucking waste your time. I'd rather find you a better way that's not going to break your bank and make you have to spend 2 years in community college to learn how to use this shit, because some of it is too complicated. And so, you know, if I can do that and teach you a method that is helpful, that isn't going to be a waste of your time and money, I'm going to show it. The only time I'm not going to show it is when I'm like, this is not in your best interest. And that really is up to you to decide, but it's also up to me to decide when you're asking me for something. So if you want to know from me, hey, how did you do that? And I know that you going to this website is going to give you a virus, or going to give you malware, or going to put you on some fucking list that's going to robocall you, I'm sorry, but I'm going to make that choice for you, because you don't need that shit in your life. I don't want you to get hacked. I don't want you to get data breached or data broached. I don't know what the past tense of breached is. Is it fuck? It doesn't matter. The point is, I just don't want to put you at risk. And that's the only time I'm not going to show you something, you know, and it's going to be very rare, because I like to work with tools, or only try to show you tools that are manageable and functional, and not $1 million are going to fuck you over. You know what I mean? But when I see people out there using basic shit and then refusing to share it because they're fucking data greedy, it pisses me off. It's hurting more than it's helping, you know? And I get it. Like, I get it. I was a journalist. I get it. I want to be the first to break the story. Okay, look, if you're doing that, then be a journalist. But if you're trying to advocate for victims, that's different. It's way different. You know, sometimes you do have to compromise sources when someone's fucking dead kid is involved. You feel me? It just all depends. But anyway, that's my rant of the day. We're fresh pubes in this house. All right. So let's keep going. What else is there? Okay, we already went through all of this. So we are going to, here's what I want to do. We can't go through this whole site. It's going to take forever, but there are updates about an altercation potentially between two of the students, or between Henry and one of the students at his fucking school. The sister kind of gives periodical updates. You can go through here, go through the blog. You can see all the stuff. You can see all the old news clippings. She's made it very functional, very manageable. She gives you a spot to report a tip. Not all of the links are up to snuff because it's been a while. I do intend on reaching out to her if we find anything helpful. But for now, I just kind of want you guys to go look through this page, and I'm going to put a link below. I want you to take your time and look through it. Again, I can't be here 9 hours looking through every single thing, and we all take in information differently, right? Some people, they like to be read to. Some people need to see it themselves. Some want to copy paste. Some want to take notes. I want you to have the availability to do that. I'm going to link this. I'm also going to link the specific spot where Bernie comes in on the apology line. And I just want you to take some time, if you have it, if you want. And yeah, so all the links are on here, Holly. But if you look under this video in a couple of hours, that once this live posts, all additional links that you need are going to be there. And I'm doing this video by video, so it's not confusing. But I'm going to put all these links for this one below it. I want you to take your time, go check it out. I want you to really think, like, weigh it against the call. Tell me, do you think this is something that is doable? Even if it isn't our guy, is there anything you do notice in Henry's case that could help? Is there any data that you were able to find that could help? Because again, this might not. Oh, also, hello, young Black economist. How was your trip? Didn't you drive to Atlanta, if I remember correctly? I hope it went well. I'm glad to see you're safe and alive and you drove careful. I don't actually know the other student's name, Walk Among the Tombstones, but I am going to email you the information I have, but I'm also going to make it available so that anybody can see it under this link. Walk Among the Tombstones, though, here's what we'll do, like tomorrow or the next night if you're available. If you want to come on, I wanted to do it tonight, but we got a little caught up. I would love Walk Among the Tombstones. Maybe we could go through the yearbook. I think that was a great idea. I think that was fantastic. And by the way, young Black economist, very glad that you had a good trip. I want all of you to drive careful. So we'll see where the apology line recordings are. Yes, I'm going to post that. I posted that in the last video too, but I posted the specific 80 to 81 ones. I found a SoundCloud where someone put up all of the old shit. So yeah. I'm going to put that below. I'm going to put it all below. And if you don't see it there, then go to the last video from yesterday. It's definitely there. Hell yeah. What video games, young Black economists? Tell me. Oh yeah. I mean, I was there for Don't Fuck with Cats. I was literally in that room and I left because those people are fucking crazy. I went rogue. Pulls up a chair next to Angela Fernald. Y'all are so funny. Even if it is not our Henry, he's someone's Henry. Exactly. And so that's the beauty of it. Like, even if this isn't the right guy, like maybe we could find something that could help this poor sister. Because you know what really bothers me? Again, almost don't want to put this out there, but I'm just going to say it because I'm a sister, you know? And if you're a sister or a dad, a sibling, somebody who lost a loved one, survivor's guilt is fucking real. But what tripped me out earlier about reading that is that he was bringing her perfume. And I just hope to fucking Christ, I hope that she doesn't feel like anything happened to him because he was getting her perfume. You know what I mean? He had to go get stuff developed anyway. But that's when you lose someone, that's where your head goes. And I just hope her head doesn't go there. But you know it had to have. You know, a lot. If you've ever lost a sibling, or anybody that you care about, we always, at least I've done it a bunch. Like, you go back in time and think, if I wouldn't have driven by this place, or if I wouldn't have taken this call, could things have been different? And when I see things like, like that, that's one of the things that first pops in my head, makes me sad. It's like, God, like anytime I had a band director in high school who died, you guys, and he was the first adult gay man I ever met. And he was the best fucking teacher. And I loved him so much. And even though we were from a small Southern town that you would think would be horrible to him, everyone loved him. We embraced him, right? He had a drinking problem none of us knew about. He was the clarinet instructor. He was the first dude I ever met who made a clarinet sound badass, you know? And I played clarinet and I felt badass when he taught me how to play it. And everyone fucking loved him. And right before I graduated, he drove off a cliff drunk and died. And what sucked was graduation was like the next day. And I was a junior, but we were playing graduation. And I remember that right before graduation, when they told us, we found out that he was found with, like, you know, there was a liquor bottle. His car was destroyed, but all around him was sheet music for the clarinets for graduation. And I remember, like, me and my friend Sylvia and a couple other people just like bawling and talking about it over the following month during sleepovers about how, like, it was really hard for us because we just kept thinking, like, did he drive into town, into San Antonio, to go pick up our sheet music? And, like, is it our fault that happened? Like, it felt very, like, I don't know how to explain it, but it was like, it was devastating. And we were like, fuck, Mr. Bear rules. Like, this is so sad. And so when I see someone who, you know, someone they love is like dead and they've got a gift for that person or something to give them, I always think of Mr. Barrett, you know, and how, like, it just the way we felt. Now imagine that's a sibling. Like, I just feel so bad for this woman. So, like, when I see stuff like this, all I can think about is, like, yeah, it might not be our guy, but that doesn't mean we should just fucking give up, right? Maybe we could find some more on Henry. That would be nice. You know, and depending on what we find, it might not be nice. It might be really hard. It might be very hard on his sister to deal with whatever we find, if we find anything. But, like, as much as it sucks to say, like, these families, they don't always, I've talked to so many of them who've lost loved ones. It's not always closure that you get from the information. It's something different, and it's almost like unnamed. It's like just knowing, you know, you might get bad news, but you still feel better because you just wanted to know. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, Angela. That's one of the reasons I'm like, I want to look more into it and make sure there isn't anything absolutely knocking it out as a possibility. But if there's nothing to knock it out as a possibility, maybe we can see if the sisters ever heard it. I did a few years ago have an email address and try to reach out to her that I think was from this site, that when I emailed it, it was with a link, but then I found out that was actually an old detective and I got it confused. But anyway, I think that's all we're going to do with the apology line stuff. Oh, hi, Hugin. I'm going to take him out to pee-pee real quick. But I want to show you something else, and then we're going to end it because I want to talk to you about rigs. And I know that you guys have probably seen this a million times. I know this guy's probably going to be a dick to me for playing it, but whatever, fuck him. I want to show you something. I'm just going to play a little bit of this, and I'm going to run the doggy outside. I want to ask you a question. I want you to watch this again. You've probably seen it a bunch. But no, I'm not going to leave you with the kiss my dick guy again, I promise. Your dad made a bad mistake of babysitters for you. I'm so sorry. I just want you to watch this again. I want you to look at Rex's hands. That's all I'm going to say. Okay? And I'm going to go walk the Hugin. I know, honey. I know we're going to take you outside to pee right now. But I want you to just watch Rex's hands. Like, specifically his right hand. Okay? Here we go.
Norman. Hello, Norman. I see it's raining out.
Yes, it's raining. Yeah. Yes, yeah, please. Okay.
I know you said you like to do this outside, but Mother Nature is not cooperating today.
Yeah, to say the least, I tell you that. Being in your office, all right?
I wasn't looking forward to doing this under a scaffold.
I cannot understand. Okay, anyway, let's dive in. So, tell us, who you are, where you're from, and how long you've been in New York.
Okay. Rex Heuermann. I'm an architect. I'm an architectural consultant. I'm a troubleshooter. Born and raised on Long Island.
Okay.
Been
All right.
working in Manhattan since 1987.
Oh, wow.
Very long time.
Okay. So this brings directly to my first question. So, can you explain to our audience what is it that you do, not the architect part of your business, but the other part of the business, which is, it's my understanding that you're kind of a facilitator with the Department of Building. Is that correct? But please tell us.
That's correct, but much more.
Okay.
What
That's
I
much
do,
more I'm interested.
I do troubleshooting, architectural troubleshooting, and negotiations with the building department.
Okay.
What I mean by that is, do we do the standard stuff with the building department? Handle your filings. I have other clients who are a lot of other architects, and we'll handle their interactions with the building department, especially out of city architects, because they're a little afraid of the city. And when a job that should have been routine suddenly becomes not routine, I get the phone call.
Gotcha.
Whether it's an old building and they need somebody that understands and can maneuver the 1938 building code, or the current building code. You look surprised when I say 1938 building code.
Building,
I've actually used the 1901 old tenement laws here in the city of New York, and you can legally do so.
Oh, wow.
That's one of the little things that
you do.
People don't always understand when it comes to building codes. They never read the administrative section.
So what decided you to launch that particular, I would say, a niche of a business? Was it because out of frustration on your side as an architect? You say, I can't believe, I didn't think about that. Let me dive into it and let me try to maybe make it a business out of it? Or was just, you just decided to do it?
Actually, it was Harvey's fault.
Of who?
In 1987, when I came to work in the city, the first architect I worked for was Harvey Rothenberg.
Okay.
Great man. That year, a new law came out. Local Law 58 of 87.
Okay.
That's all the handicap access.
Okay.
They said, you're the new guy, you read it. So I read it. There was a situation dealing with the city. They said, well, go meet with the city. I did. I was effective at it. He said, go do it again.
Oh, that's funny.
And that's how the whole thing started.
Okay.
And he did a lot of work with not-for-profit agencies for developmentally disabled.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I started doing a lot of my building code consultant with him, as well as the design and drawings for these facilities.
Mm-hmm.
And the one thing I learned very quickly was the building department could not understand them.
Couldn't understand what? Their own codes?
Their own codes, their own laws, because you have what we would call a group home for developmentally disabled.
Okay.
It doesn't exactly fit the code book. And the plan examiners who work for the building department didn't fully understand it. So part of my job became educate the city.
So you educate the city about their own code.
Correct.
That has been, our laws.
That's been something we've been doing ever since, and we still do today.
So you started with a firm, and then when you decided to launch your own, you decided, let me continue that route of the consulting. Is that correct?
That's basically correct.
Yeah.
But the way it all happened was a recession in the early 90s.
Yeah.
And we're all trying to figure out who to work for.
Yeah.
And that's when I met my very, very first paying client, Robert Meyer.
Okay.
All right, guys. Sorry, that took a minute. Okay. You noticed it. Some of you noticed it. The finger. The finger. Isn't that interesting? So I started looking for Rex's finger to see if anybody noticed this before. I checked Reddit, I checked it, but I didn't really see anybody notice that. And I'm wondering if you noticed it. Now I'm about to show you. I'm going to pause it because we're getting close to that part where he shows you perfectly. Oh, there you go. Let me see if I can. Well, I wish that line wasn't there, but do you see how bent it is? So I took some stills of it. His palm is pretty clean. I took a lot of stills of this. And it's right here. Do you see that he's got a big like wart or a lump situation? I guess a hand bunion. I don't know what you would call that. Look at that right there. Look at that. And actually, let me see if I can. There you go. Look at that. And I've got some stills I'm going to pull up in a minute that you can see it even better. It is extremely bent. In fact, it's actually right here where he talks about the line. See how bent that fucking finger is? Jesus. Jesus. It's pretty crazy, huh? So I started looking to try to find some older pictures of him from, you know, the 90s and stuff. I was thinking ganglion cyst too. And don't you got to smash that with the family Bible? I have one on my upper wrist. That's what my granny used to do. Fucking hit me with a book. And then it would smash. It only worked twice. And then I did it when I got into comedy. I had another comedian. We smashed each other's ganglion cysts. And that is a whole level of blood brother that you don't really get nowadays. Yeah, Bible bumps. So, you know, I don't know if he's got a hand bunion or a wart or what's going on. It kind of looks like a bone from right here. See that? A bone. But it's very interesting to me how bent up that fucking finger is. So I started looking back. I have a really old picture of him I found once where you can see his hands. I was looking for it all last night. I literally have like 1,500 files on this douchebag. So I have not found it yet, but I know it's there. And I swear, I always look at their hands because I always want to see, you know, if he Colin Alberted, if he's got some fucked up knuckles, you know, are there any scars? Is there anything odd? Same with their face. Look at his teeth. They're all fucked up. There's just all sorts of things I try to notice physically about a person that's not so much body language, but I always take note of like hands, any body parts that you could see, any scars, especially the face. Are there any odd features about this person? For him, he's obviously abnormally tall. Where are you, honey? Oh, sorry, my doggy's under me. And I always look and I try to take notes of that. And I realized like I took notes of some old stuff, which is how I knew that there was nothing really there that was interesting. I remember looking at his hands and it was an old picture and thinking, oh, nothing there. And then this played on its own in my playlist the other day. And I happened to look and go, you know what? Again, always go back to the beginning of a case. Even though this isn't the very beginning, this is the beginning, like right before they caught him, right? So I'm like, let's go look at some basic shit from when they first caught him and see if I missed anything. And I took notes on this. And I want to go over some of those notes with you real quick. I'm going to go down them real quick. And, you know, I could go back and I'll just show you some of the parts I'm talking about. We're not even going to replay it. But I thought it was interesting the way he looked at the dog. Just like, there's a little dog, you know, and he had a dog at home. So he seems to be comfortable around animals, which is interesting. But see, he shakes with his right hand, but he's holding his glasses with his left hand. Yeah, so when I see him shake hands with his right, it could be because this guy put his right hand out first.
Rex!
Hello.
Hi. How you doing?
Good to see you.
Likewise. Oh, you don't mind, I brought my assistant with me. No,
I'm going to show you something else. And I'm going to go really slow here. He white knuckles the shit out of this guy. I'm just going to say it, not trying to be political, but it's a very Trump move he pulled. He does a lot of things that Trump does. And again, I'm not saying this to like rip on your dude if you're into Trump, but fuck that guy. But, you know, if you are, I'm not saying this to rip on. I'm just saying this is a guy who worked in business in New York. And it's very interesting to me that he does a lot of the same things that Trump does. For example, he puts his hands together almost in the Oprah prayer hands, but where you touch just the tips of your fingers, like a Mr. Burns without the twiddling. He does that a lot. He also, when he shakes hands, he holds a little too long and he white knuckles. If you ever read, which God, I hope you didn't, but if you ever read The Art of the Deal, now I had to rip on it once for a comedy show where I had to roast him. He wasn't there, but it was like we were roasting these fake celebrities. So I actually pulled out excerpts from it. And I remember some of the craziest ones were about, it was stuff that Alec Baldwin's character in 30 Rock would quote. Like it was stuff like that. And when you read the shit that Trump says, it's like, put your fingers together and put your elbows up on a table as a power move. And I was like, that is the rudest shit ever. I would get my ass beat growing up from putting my elbows on the table. Simultaneously, he says, when you're shaking someone's hand, squeeze harder than them. You should be the one who decides when the handshake ends. Shit like that. Now, I don't know if this fucker read it, but it was very interesting to me how he not only does those things, but he also sounds like him. He really does. He talks like him. Also, I wanted to take note of how he was dressed. He's in yeah, I agree, JB. He doesn't seem like he wants to hurt the dog or like he hates dogs or he's grossed out. He just seems like surprised or annoyed that it's there, I guess. That doggy is fucking cute. I agree. Hit thumbs up if you think that dog's cute. He definitely read it right. And he even says, well, we'll get to it, but there's a lot of things he did, that motherfucker. There are a lot of things in here that I kind of didn't really take note of before watching it last night. And I was like, let's really rewatch it. You know what I mean? So I put it on slower. I want you to watch them. First of all, look how nice and shiny his shoes are. Look how nice his pants are. Look how pressed his shirt is. It's pressed. There's not a wrinkle in it. It's buttoned to the top. He doesn't have any stains. His hair is perfectly in place. Yeah, it might be cheap, but he makes it look like he doesn't live in a hoarder house full of hair, right? Like I feel that way. I'm looking at him like you wouldn't be able to tell by looking at this guy that he's a fucking mess. He's got his shit together with what he is presenting to this guy. Now, could it be because he has an interview that day? I don't fucking know. But it's interesting. Yes, he's got ironed pants and shirts. His shirt is pressed. Everything. You don't see a single hair on him. It makes me wonder if amidst all the chaos that is within his house, if this guy might have some OCD tendencies. He definitely is a collector. And a lot of people get false impression of OCD as always being clean. You can be clean and live amongst filth, if that makes sense. He's very much about, it seems, about his own presence beyond the house. He is dressed like a classic architect. Yes, it is the same outfit he was wearing when he took those selfies. I'm so glad you said that, Emily Ann. That is in my notes. I was wondering if anyone else noticed that. Yes. Yes, agreed. And he even says in here, he's been in Manhattan since 87, which, by the way, that is around the time when there was the only crossover with him and 3 other serial killers in Manhattan within a mile radius of each other. That year, he started his own business in 94, I believe. It might have been 92 or 94. I need to look. But anyway, he discusses a lot of things in this interview that kind of give you, it kind of gives you pause to go, you know, based on what we know now, that's come out in the affidavit or in the bail docs. When we go back and we look at this, it's a little strange, some of the differences. Yeah, in the selfie, he does look messy, a little, like his hair looks kind of fucked up, right? But I do wonder if, like, and I also, like, I was pretty sure he was in a blue shirt, but he could have also been a white shirt, but I believe he had 2 selfie pictures, and one was blue and one was white. So I think this is the same day. I don't know, though. Actually, I shouldn't even say I think this is. I'm not sure. I looked at it and I thought, I wonder if he just got dressed up for this, and then that's when he took his pics. But I also have I've looked into all of his accounts, and I can tell you the last time he was active on many of them, including his T-Hawk account, and the timing's very interesting on a lot of things. He was definitely actively switching between phones. If you didn't see the episode where I talk about Epios, which was 2 ago, go to it. I teach you a tool on how you can see when somebody last utilized an account. You can even run Rex's name through it. But anyway, I thought it was interesting. This is all press. Now we're going to...
Hello, Norman. I see it's raining out.
Yes,
Shall
it's
we go to the
raining. Yeah.
table?
Yeah, right. Okay. I hate to do this, but I really want to get there.
Rex.
Hello.
How you
Boom.
doing?
One,
Good to
two.
see you.
Look at that white
Likewise.
knuckle, dude. He's squeezing the shit out of this poor French guy's hand. It's really crazy.
Oh,
That's a
you
long
don't
fucking
mind I
handshake.
brought my assistant with me? No, man.
Hello, Norman.
You sound kind of
I
drunk.
see it's raining out.
Yes,
Shall
it's
we go to the
raining. Yeah.
table?
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Now look,
Okay.
I know you said you like
It's
to
not
do
the same belt,
this
obviously.
outside,
But look at
but
the style. of
Mother
it.
Nature's not cooperating
Yeah,
today.
to say the least, I tell you.
It's actually better right here. Look at, so first of all, we know he's wearing like jeans, not slacks. So he's wearing like black pressed jeans. He's got, was that Levi? Is that right? Levi Strauss? He's got that same
really,
black
yeah.
leather belt that you kind of see at the Ross Dress for Less a lot. You feel me?
Yes,
Yeah,
please. Okay.
I know you said you like to do this outside, but
Yeah, this guy laughs
Mother
way too
Nature's not
much. And
cooperating.
also, Donna's? Who's Donna? No, I'm sorry.
Do this outside, but
Who the fuck is Donna's? Okay, anyway, sorry.
Mother Nature's not cooperating
Yeah,
today.
to say the least, I tell you that.
Don't blame Mother Nature. You got mother
In
problems.
your
Sir.
office, all right?
I wasn't looking forward to doing this under a scaffold.
In your
Don't shit on
office.
scaffolds. Also, this guy kind of looks like Jermaine Clement from Flight of the Conchords, and I'm sorry to say that because I love him, but I mean, not gonna lie, he kind of does.
All right?
I wasn't looking forward to doing this under a scaffold.
Too long ago.
I can
Fucking
understand.
weirdo.
Okay, anyway, let's dive in. So, tell us, who you are, where you're from, and how long you've been in New York.
Oh shit!
Okay.
That.
I didn't even notice that banner was up.
Heuermann. I'm an
Now I'm gonna
architect.
leave
I'm
you
an
up.
architectural consultant. I'm a
I'm leaving your
troubleshooter.
banner. I'm just
Born and raised on Long Island.
Okay.
Been
All right.
working in Manhattan
And
since
don't worry, I'm gonna show
1987.
you the hands
Oh,
again in a
wow.
second.
Very long time.
Okay. So, this brings.
Architect. I'm an architectural consultant. I'm a troubleshooter. Born and raised on Long Island.
Okay.
Been
All right.
working in Manhattan since 1987.
Oh, wow.
Do you hear the S? He's got a bit of a speech impediment. That can come from tooth issues, but it can also be something that he's had for a long time. I want you to hear how he says this, the word this. I have to go back.
Today.
Yeah, to say the least, I tell you that. Being in your
Ah,
office.
fuck.
How you doing?
Good to see you.
Likewise. Hope you don't mind. I brought my assistant with me. Norman.
Hello, Norman. I see it's raining out.
Yes,
Shall
it's
we go to the
raining. Yeah.
table?
Yes,
Yeah.
please. Okay.
I know you said you like to do this outside.
Did you hear that? You said you like to do this. Do this. I agree. Something's going on with, I think it's bottom teeth. So I'm going to bring it back to wrestling, you guys. Get ready. We're talking about Natty Neidhart. When Natty Neidhart, aka one of the Hart Foundation, the youngest, the young lady, she, when Natalia got her teeth knocked out, had to have a whole new pair popped in. And also Sharon Osbourne had the exact same fucking surgery Natty did. Listen to them talk. I don't know if you watch wrestling, but go back and listen to Natalia talk about 2 years ago when she comes back from getting her new teeth. Go watch the Osbournes podcast. Listen to Sharon adjust to her new teeth. They have the exact same speech impediment with the S's that he has. Yes, Dusty, you know what's fascinating about Dusty Rhodes? We're getting derailed, Adam. Dusty and Cody both had the same speech impediment. And I think that that's so cute and that they both kept it. But his was naturally from a gap that he had when he was younger that Cody also had. I had the same gap and I also had the same speech impediment and had to go to speech therapy to learn my way around it. Had to get a frenectomy where they crank your teeth together up top and close the gap. It makes me wonder, though, if with Rex, if he had falsies put in, or if he's just missing teeth, or if they're naturally placed in an overbite or underbite that's causing that. And it was very interesting when I heard him say this. I think that one of the good things about going back and rewatching this and taking notes of little things like that, imagine a victim comes forward and they say, I remember he had this weird way of talking. He said this instead of this, or he sounded like a mafia guy. You know what I mean? If there's little subtleties, words that he uses, maybe he had a lisp, specific things that are unique to Rex. I started making a list based on just this interview. I got a lot of things. The biggest one that I took out of it, honestly, we've already seen, and that's that bent finger. I wonder how his finger got bent. Now, it could be from a hammer, could be from anything, but it's very interesting to me that I'm pretty sure he doesn't have that old ass hammer, or the bent finger in some pictures prior to 2016. Yeah, I've already looked into a lot of Samuel Little, where that's going to be a whole couple of episodes. And actually, one of the guys from Weezer, his wife, the bassist, I believe, from Weezer, his wife was one of the only people that Samuel Little would talk to on the outside, and she would visit him and try to get him to confess. And there's an amazing documentary about it. It is very mafia-ish, and oddly enough, he has to work with a lot of concrete pouring companies that later on, or that earlier in the 90s were very heavy into some mafia shit. He makes a lot of statements in this regarding art and how he applies artistic stuff with mixing of concrete. It's very strange. Yeah, he could have just had fucked up teeth. Who knows? He could have been bullied for it. It's just something very interesting. Yeah, it is odd to do this interview. I agree with you. And, you know, I've seen people speculate that this is all a setup and that the FBI sent the French guy in. And then all that laughing and the crazy nature of it makes sense. But also him not wanting people to use this interview doesn't make sense. And that's why I'm like, yo, fuck you, dude. I'm going to share this anyway. Yeah, I bet he does. Yeah, you know what's interesting? I have a friend who has electrodactyl. And his fingers, he's got like 3 on each side. His name's Banjo. We'll actually bring him on sometime. He's a very fascinating, amazing human being. He's got the same shit that the Lobster Boy had. I think that Rex is, though, based on prior pictures I've seen, I think he injured it. Because he does not have that huge lump or a bent finger in some older pictures. I just need to find them. I should have found them before this, but I will, and I'll bring them to you. Yes, the Texas Ranger who got him to confess is really good friends with one of my professors, and that guy rules. He's kind of hot. Okay, let's keep going. Don't be embarrassed. Hey, listen, my hands are all fucked up. Like, we're not making fun of Rex. We're making notes about interesting, unique things that a victim could have noticed about him. You know what I mean? And I mean, obviously, like him being giant, looking like a fucking ogre with a weird haircut, weird German schoolboy haircut, is pretty strange. But there's a lot of other things that people might notice about. Maybe, you know, if he tied someone up or covered their face and they didn't see him, but all they saw is his hands, that could be interesting. You wish you had a pterodactyl? Dude, that's it. I'm going to tell you something that I almost don't want to tell you. Your dad hates porn. I just don't like it. I don't like nudity. I don't like feet. It's really all about the feet. I just don't want to see people's fucking feet. Hate it. But one time your dad got tricked and somebody was like, hey, Kat, come watch this. And I thought that I was about to watch, like, I don't know, fucking Harry Potter. So I don't know. It was like, I thought it was movie night. And one of my friends in college put on pterodactyl porn. And yes, that's a thing. And I'm not even going to explain it. Just use your imagination because it's probably true. It's probably what it is. It's very disturbing. I was like, what the fuck are those pterodactyls? I hate this. Those aren't even real. What's going on here? Yeah, I don't know if they're connected or not. The lump and the bent finger. I've worked with animals for so long. I have ugly as fuck hands. Dude, I worked in the food industry for so long and as a barista and shit. Like, and then when I started doing art and tattooing, my hands fucking clammed up. I have crazy hands now. Yes, Adam. Pterodactyl porn. It's real. All right. So I kind of want to hurry up and get through this because I have
Mother
to go
Nature is
soon.
not cooperating
Yeah,
today.
to say the least, I tell you that. Being in your office, all right?
I wasn't looking forward to doing this under a scaffold.
I can understand. Okay, anyway, let's dive in. So, tell us, who you are, where you're from, and how long you've been in New York.
Okay. Rex Heuermann. I'm an architect. I'm an architectural consultant. I'm a troubleshooter. Born and raised.
We got to pause it. Cake farts is so fucking funny, Starzy. I love cake farts. God damn, that's funny. Yeah, I remember the day I saw the farted on cake. My boyfriend showed it to me. I laughed my ass off. It was very, very funner. Very, very funner. Very, very funny. Thank you, Shiraz. I like you because you have a potty mouth. Yeah, his haircut is just a fucking piece of art itself. God damn. He really does look like a fat little German boy. He looks like, is it Ralph? Which one is it from The Simpsons? It's not Ralph. Fuck. He looks like one of the kids from The Simpsons. Yeah. Go hit the thumbs up. Why can't you hear a pterodactyl go to the bathroom? I don't know, Lily. Laura, is this a joke? Tell me. Yeah, Mother Nature. Always blame mother, don't you, Rex? You got mother issues? Yeah, I have psoriatic arthritis, so my knuckles swell up and I look like Colin Albert. Scaffolding is like it's so fucking stupid, Holly. It's literally just like an architect. It's a joke about how there's too much scaffolding in New York. But I would argue there's actually a comic named John who makes a really good series where he kind of goes into all these comedic things about New York and repetition that he sees all the time, and he wanders around and uses footage that he's filmed over the years, and he does a whole episode where he talks about scaffolding, and it's actually very incredible and very, very funny. So I kind of resent that he's shitting on the scaffolding right now because I have a lot of opinions on it, but we won't go into that.
Raised on Long Island.
Okay.
Been working in Manhattan since 1987.
Welcome, Vicky.
Oh, wow.
Love you, babe.
Very long time.
Okay. So
Ralph, he is.
Brings
No,
directly to my
it's
first
Nelson.
question.
It's Nelson. Sorry, Petty. It's Nelson.
Can you
He's got the
explain
Nelson when Nelson's
to our
dressed like a
audience
German kid.
what is it that you do? Not the architect part
Gunter,
of your
or
business,
Gunter.
but the other part of the business, which is my understanding that you're kind of a facilitator.
Yeah, you can rip all over him, Shiraz.
Is that correct? But
I'm a
please
big
tell us.
fucking douchebag.
That's correct.
Fucking Robert
much
Paulson
more.
hits. I don't give
Okay.
a shit.
What I
That's so much
do-
more I'm interested.
Listen, anytime we're shitting on someone here, like if we're shitting on someone because they like Dungeons and Dragons and you like Dungeons and Dragons, I need you to know we're just shitting on them because they suck. It's not even about the Dungeons and Dragons. We're just ripping on what we got. You feel me? Like, I always tell people, if you're going to talk shit about me, do it behind my back. I don't give a fuck. It's not my business what the fuck you think about me. I stand by that. You know what I mean? But this guy's a fucking serial killer and a douchebag. So, like, we're going to talk shit about him. It's happening. We're doing it right now. Fuck this ogre, this fat fuck. But here's the thing. I mean, I don't know. Like, there might be, like, I've got fucking psoriasis. I might shit on him for having rosacea or bad skin. But I have terrible skin. When we're in hater mode, it's not about us. It's about fucking ripping him apart, not building each other up. You feel me? We gotta slip into hater mode and then slip on out, slither on out so no one sees. You feel me? So fuck this guy. Shit, if he liked wrestling, I'd rip on him for that, and I fucking love wrestling. I'd be like, what a fucking dork. But it's not about us. It's about shitting on him and his whole life. You feel me?
I do troubleshooting, architectural troubleshooting, and negotiations with the building department.
Okay.
What I mean,
Agreed, Shandi. But if we're not gonna look at the belt, can we look at his fucked up hand? Did you not notice? Like, he's got like something going on there. You see that finger? What is that? Yeah, sometimes it just feels good to hate a little bit. I'm not against hating. You got to get it out. You feel me? But also, would you really rather watch pterodactyl threesomes? Because I can make that happen, Shandi, but they might take my channel down. Yeah, hate is necessary sometimes. Yeah, he's definitely got a speech thing. If you have to get into a serious fight or maybe save a victim, that sweater sleeve around the neck is just asking for failure. That is a great point. And also, is that one? You're a big fucking bird. Shit, dude. Walk among the tombstones. You're killing it tonight, babe. You're a big bird. You're a big fucking bird. We'll watch Jill Daniels right before we leave. Yeah, he's a fucking poser. Fuck him. The stank finger. Fuck this dude. Manipulator of codes. Yeah. He's fucking proud of himself. I read a lot of old books. Fuck you. Me too, dude, but fuck you. He doesn't even try to hide that finger. It bugs me out. No shame. Yeah, that's the thing. He wants you to see that fucking finger. He's gross. I'm at the part where you're talking about colonoscopy bags. He died before I was born, but my granddad would wait for the bin lorry to pass the house and then launch his bag into it. Dude, Susie Q. Dude, did your granddad ever get in a fight and just fucking pop someone in the mouth with his colon bag? Because that would be hilarious. That's what I would do. If I had a colostomy bag, I'd use it to fight people like nunchucks. You know? This case, Where's Chloe, is Rex Heuermann, the Long Island serial killer, who is a big stanky ogre with a wonky hand. He did a lot of bad things, and we're making fun of him for it. Yeah, what else? What else is knobbish and lumpy about this big fucking bird? Fuck this bird. The stank finger. Yeah, how's he an architect? Great question. You big fucking bird. And if you guys know if you don't know what big fucking bird is, I'm gonna show you guys. That is such a good point, Mosquito. I'm so glad you brought that up. I'm going to give you another little bit of OSINT that you guys are going to love. If you find a swinger forum from the 90s to present, they describe, in order to post an ad or to respond, you have to describe yourself in a lot of them. And they need to know if you're a woman. They need to know what your waistline is, what your tit size is. Bitch, how tall are you? Bitch, are you cute? Are you skinny? Are you fat? And they're very open about it. They're like, listen, if you're fucking husky and you put that you're not husky, somebody's going to call you out and then you're out of the forum, right? So they kind of got to be like very honest. It's got to be weird for him, right? So I started going in when we found out they might swing. They might do a little swing-a-ding-ding. And I started looking. Not for their leaky balloon, not C-SPAN. But no, I see you. That's funny. I started looking for anybody over, 6. Let's say he fudged the numbers an inch or two, give or take, to be snaky. I went in there and I looked for tall, big dudes. And there's a lot. And there's a couple of ads that fit him and Asa to a T. So if you ever get the opportunity to go through a swingers forum and funnel it down or filter it by height, that's what you're going to want to do for this motherfucker. And his couple might not always be Asa because he fucks with sex workers. He, obviously tries to date other people. He has a fucking Tinder. So really you should focus on just honing in on the male, not the female so much, if that makes sense. But anyway. Yeah, I do wonder if his dominant hand is the left because of the damage on the right. So that's my question. What do you guys think? Because he's holding his glasses in the left when they walk in, but he's shaking hands with the right and he goes in pretty quick. So it's hard to tell. It's really hard to tell. You'll do it? Okay, good. The swinger angle came from John Ray. It would be interesting to confirm, though. Yeah. So again, dude, Pet, you're on it, Pet. Listen, I agree. We also, that book, I mean, that's all bullshit, and he even says in this, he goes, people ask me, why do I have thousands of old books or some shit? And it's like, oh, this dude hoards books now? That would have been nice to know, John. Thank you for the $4.99, Feral Jane. Why does Bernie call the WAPO the Washingtonian DC Post? There's only 4 states where you need to say which Washington you mean, state or DC. See, my southern dumb bitch ass did not know that. This is why I got you. Bless your heart. And I mean that in the good way. That is such a good fucking point. You guys, Feral Jane has a really good point. What do you guys think of that? Is one of those states Massachusetts? No, but seriously, I'm going to put that in my notes. Thank you for your contribution to the cult, Feral. You'll be heavily rewarded in the afterlife. You'll get unlimited scrunchies. Yeah, I mean, if this dude tried to swing at me, I'd fucking hit him with a stick like a piñata and hope candy shoots out of his fat ass. But I don't think it would. I think it'd be snakes or something fucked up. Yeah, most people shake from the right because the guy was going in with his right hand, right? So it's like, okay, I might be a bit too old to do some of those searches, but I'll trust you. Hey, you don't have to do the search. I'm saying if some of you get sneaky and you want to, that's how you do it. That's how I do it. That's all I'm saying. I'll let go of the bad dad. Hey, listen, no, we love bad dad jokes. I'm all about it. Welcome late, Cindy. That's a Polish hello you did right there. You don't think he was a swinger? See, I don't think he would be in the sense that, like, ew, who would want to? You know, I don't think he'd put himself out there to be judged. But at the same time, the swinger information also, it came from fucking John Ray. Can we even trust him anymore? Old wacky hat dad? I don't know. But the second he got rid of the fedora and went scrunchy, I was like, I'm out. I'm out, B. Yeah, this is where I get real down low. Crouch on this creep, Shiraz. Crouch. Hugs to the left. That's true. Oh, yeah. So why can't you hear a pterodactyl go to the bathroom? Lily says because old books are the best. I don't think that was the answer. Rex, the last man picked at the swinger part. I know, right? Ain't nobody want. That is so good. That's a really good point. I'm thinking, fuck, your dad might have to. Shit, maybe I do need to. I have a Discord account. Maybe I do need to start a Discord page so we can talk about this shit more. John Ray saw him at a party. They all threw their scrunchies and hats. Shawnee, fucking, you belong here, bitch. You're funny. The P is silent. Oh my God. Okay, Lily. You know what? You're grounded. Damn it. Because the P is silent, you guys. Why can't you hear a pterodactyl go to the bathroom? Because the P is silent, says Lily. And now Lily is grounded. God damn it. That was funny. Keep the bad shit here. Go out feeling fresh. Yeah. Go out there. Go. Listen, this is the place where you apologize. Yeah, I know. I want to beat him with a stick. I want to see snakes come out of him. You know some shit. You know that he got bad shit in there that we need to beat out of him. The P is silent. Yeah, I'm fucking pissed at that. I'm ist. I looked at the escort forums. I already took one for the team. Snaggle Mama, I could just send you the ones that he is in. I could just show you guys. I showed him before. I showed him on Melanie Little's channel too, but we'll do an episode where I show you all that shit because I got screenshots for days. Yeah, John Ray's Loopy is a fucking goose, dude. It's that little goose with the knife. Apparently there's a Washington and Berkshire County. Fantastic point. Yes, that's interesting. Yeah, that did come from Ray. The P is silent. Yeah, silent P. That's so good. Damn it. Yeah, do we need to do it? Because see, here's what I'm gonna be honest with you. What I would prefer, I would love to just start a Reddit page, but then that does open it up to a lot of haters. But you also know your dad loves haters. I love dealing with haters. You know what I mean? Love them. Bring them here. Lure the haters for your dad. Lure the haters to your dad so he can throw them in a van. Uh-oh. The puppy's here. All right, I'm gonna play through the rest of this for a little bit. That P is silent joke was really good. Okay, honey. I'm gonna play through this so you can see the rest and take some notes. Oh, do you hear him crying? Oh, he wants bacons. All right, here we go.
And handle your filings. I have other clients who are a lot of other architects, and we'll handle their interactions with the building.
And we're gonna go.
I didn't think about
we're
that.
Gonna go for it a little. I'm not
gonna into it.
We're gonna go for it a little. I'm not gonna make you like fucking watch that shit again. But I do want you to see some more.
He said,
"Oh, puppy,
you're the new guy. You read it." So I read it. There was a situation dealing with the city. They said, "Well, go meet with the city." I did. I was effective at it. He said, "Go do it again."
Oh, that's funny.
And that's how the whole thing started.
Okay.
And he did a lot of work with not-for-profit agencies for developmentally disabled. So that's where I started doing a lot of my building code consultant with him, as well as the design and drawings for these facilities. And the one thing I learned very quickly was the building department could not understand them.
Couldn't understand what? Their own codes?
Their own codes, their own laws. because you have what we would call a group home for developmentally disabled.
Okay.
It doesn't exactly fit the code book. And the plan examiners who work for the building department didn't fully understand it. So part of my job became educate the city.
So you educate the city about their own code.
Correct.
That has been, our
And
laws.
that's been something
interesting.
we've been doing ever since, and we still do today.
So you started with a firm, and then when you decided to launch your own, you decided, let me continue that route of the consulting. Is that correct?
That's basically correct.
Yeah.
But the way it all happened was a recession in the early 90s.
Yeah.
And we're all trying to figure out who to work for.
Yeah.
And that's when I met my very, very first paying client, Robert Meyer.
Robert Meyer, okay.
I'm in the Queens Building Department. It's before lunch. I want to get to lunch. Where back in those days, you had to physically stand in line with your paperwork because this predated the computer system.
Yes.
And he was dealing with the clerk at the certificate of occupancy counter. Didn't know what he was doing. I'm getting impatient. I go, excuse me, took his paperwork, explained to the clerk what he needed, then explained to him what he needed to do, then move over. Then I took care of what I needed to do. He was standing off on the side.
What do you think is one of the main reasons people are contacting you? Is that because they were badly advised, or because they don't know all the rules, or they try to rush things? Is that what is basically most of the reason why people are contacting you for?
I would say the biggest reason, they're overwhelmed by the city. They're overwhelmed by the size, complexity of the building department.
Yeah.
And whether it's a restaurant, a place of assembly, a 40,000 square foot retail that we did last year, or somebody's co-op, or it's their mother's co-op and she passed away, and there's an old application that's 20 years old that nobody addressed that they have to solve to sell it.
Hey, I want to point out something good. Daisy makes a good point. So basically, it was a woman who went to him because she felt more comfortable when it comes to John Ray, right? What we're shaming him for, though, is the information regarding Victoria, because he knew that it was a troll, and then he posted it anyway. And he kept posting stuff. And not just, I don't want to say posting. He brought it up on Vinny. He held that presser. We're focusing on that. But I get what you're saying. And keep in mind, I know, honey, if it weren't for Shannon and John Ray's advocacy and her mom, Mary, we talked about this the other day. If it weren't for them, we might not even know who these other victims are. So we do have to give him his flowers for that. And women did feel comfortable going to him because of how fucking corrupt the police are. So Daisy's right. Like, if it weren't, think about it, if it weren't for Jimmy Burke being a fucking asshole and a prick and a psycho, like, there wouldn't have ever been really a need for John Ray. But if it wasn't for him, they might not have had anywhere to go. So, we can shit all over him for what he did to Victoria, because that was fucking shitty and he does suck for that. But I've said it before, I'll say it again. We got to give him his flowers for early on. He was a place for people who were scared of Burke to go, and they should have been scared of Burke because he fucking sucks. And yes, also, this is a good point. There's a point where keeping a victim in the public eye is important, right? And then there's something totally different, which is throwing someone under the bus. And again, it's so, what's so tough about it is it really is, I don't know if I've said this before, but it's like when Roseanne went on Twitter and said that horrible racist shit. It's like, bitch, you were my hero. I trusted you. I learned from you. And now you're going to switch and all of a sudden do this shit? Like, what? That's so not like you. It's such a disappointment. And now she's just batshit crazy. But as a child, she was still my hair. I met her recently, and it should have been a great moment for me, but I was kind of bummed, you know? But I'm not going to lie. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be the person I am today. But she's also not the same person she was. So with John, that's what is hard about it, because he did a good thing. He is the reason, in a way, him and Shannon and her mom and all that, in a way, they're the reason we are able to get any justice for these girls. And without them, you know, there might not have even been a catching of Rex Heuermann. Burke might have never been caught for beating the shit out of that one guy. Like, all that bad press he got because of how he handled this case definitely had a factor in that. So I gotta agree with Daisy. And I do want to remind everyone, like, because every time I talk shit, there is another side of the coin when it comes to John Ray. So I agree. She's absolutely right. And thank you for pointing that out and keeping me in check, Daisy. You're right. It's very, like, hard for victims who feel shame or fear to even trust a lawyer, let alone a family member, like, to trust anybody, when the person they're supposed to tell who's supposed to get them justice is someone like Jimmy Burke. Like, it's very amazing, and we have to give flowers to the person who opened their arms and said, come to me and I'll protect you. And they did protect them. He did protect these women. You know, whether or not he was accurate or not, we can give him shit for that, but we do have to point out, if it wasn't for him, we might not know shit. But that doesn't mean what he did to Vicky was okay. That's when it turned, and it's like, what are you doing, Roseanne? Like, that's kind of the same situation in a way. I mean, different situation, but the same feeling, I guess, is like, I stood you, I stand you, and now what? You know? And when I give him shit for his scrunchie, it's really just because I'm jealous. But I do think that what he did to Vicky was fucking horse shit. But we have to remember, he might still be a good guy and just being misled. I don't know. I think it's fucked up he doubled down and he's kind of in denial. But it's a real disappointment to see that after all the good that he's done. So, you know, it's an overall bummer, but we cannot forget that even though John Ray's wacky as fuck now, you know, he's probably still got some good in him. We just got to convince him to pull it out, you know? Like, hey, dude, quit going back to this new shit. When it comes to the OG beginnings of the case, we really wouldn't have shit if it weren't for him, Shannon, Mary Gilbert. Like, we wouldn't. And the girls who did come forward. Because remember and here's the thing, I know that I said, you know, and I was thinking about this the other day, how I should bring this up and correct myself, because I you know, I'm all about learning. And if we have new information, we adjust our opinion. That is normal, right? We don't just believe the bullshit and double down. So whenever the situation happened where he brought a sex worker up, blamed it all on Hackett, blamed it all on Burke, said the sex worker saw Burke at a party, he did these bad things, and Burke is LISK. Remember that? Yes, he was wrong about all that. But if it wasn't for that press conference, I don't even think Burke would be in the position he's in now. That really cast a lot of doubt on him. And they were able to use that press conference, I believe, in the internal investigation into him. So there are things that John Ray has done that have been very beneficial to victims that we cannot forget. One of the things he did that hurt us all and made us victims is when he wore that fucking scrunchie on TV. Yeah. Yeah. Which women are you talking about? Are you talking about Vicky? Because, like, we're talking about Vicky. When I'm talking about the woman, though, I think, I don't know if I'm not sure if you think we're talking about someone else, but we're talking about the situation only with Vicky. When it comes to the women that like came forward to him about the swinging, I'm just saying we don't know if we can believe that now. You know what I mean? Because we also haven't seen any proof of that yet. But I'm not going to necessarily discount it. I think we've talked about this too, Daisy, how like it's for me, it's like a 50-50 on that lady. Because she was kind of nodding out on that panel. But at the same time, that could be because of what she's been through, right? So we don't know. We don't know. Also, Patronus, I just want to correct you. I did not have an encounter with Rex. I just submitted escort forum stuff in 2011. But I didn't have an encounter. The woman who had an encounter on that specific episode with Melanie was a blackjack dealer, and that was a very crazy episode. I did not have a Rex encounter. No, there was a blackjack dealer who did. Susie Q, is that your Boston? Oh my God, he looks like my Mickey's. Oh my God, he's so cute. I love him. Also, if you guys don't know, Daisy's on top of her shit. Oh, it was the comments. Okay. I just want you to know, Daisy, I like fucking respect shit out of you. Daisy got some good info. Daisy's a very smart person. She pays attention and she has a lot of back history on this case. Like she knows a lot of backstory and stuff. So I always encourage you guys, come correct with me. If you think that I'm missing a point, maybe I need to remind people of shit, tell me, because you know, we do be hating, but you know, we also got to give flowers when they're due. But that scrunchy shit fucked me up. I'm not gonna lie. John Ray doubles down when he's proven wrong. Money. Yeah, that's the thing. Again, you know, it's just like fucking Roseanne. Like, why'd you do that? Why'd you go crazy? We were all enjoying you. The Connors was a great show. Why'd you fuck it up? I don't get it. I really don't. Daisy is fire. I think he also told them he was into kinky stuff and those who would go with him would be prepared for being tied up or whatever. I think that too. And, you know, a lot of them are very open about what they do in the ads. Some of the mistresses that he was looking for and Googling, you can actually Google and go back and see the results he would have gotten back then. And it's very interesting the things that they're into. And it is all along that line. You were dead ass, Jesse. That is pretty much what he was seeking out at the time. Yeah, like Jen McCabe. Fuck. Could you imagine swinging and Jen McCabe and Rex showed up? I just light myself on fire. Like at what point, you know? Okay, we're going to stop showing this douchebag. But I do want to show you guys something and then we're going to leave. Then I'm going to date. But let me pull this up for you, okay? So Dad wants to show you what Dad was talking about with the bent hands, how I posed it. I'm going to tell you right now, if you go look up his accounts, if you do a reverse search of his email through Epios, you're going to see that he has a chess account. Rex loves to play chess and he's played it for a very long time. And I'd love to show that to you, but I actually put that on a different hard drive a while back, an SD card, and I need to pull that out for you to see. But for now, I'm going to show you this. Let me share. And then I have to go, guys. Oh, whoops. All right. Share screen. Yes. Why won't it show it? Oh, I guess we'll just show the window. There we go. Can you see? So it's not really that awesome. But let's make it bigger. You see what I'm talking about here? What is this? Again, we're not making fun of people with bent fingers. I'm just saying, did anyone else notice this? Like, this is kind of weird. Because he doesn't have that on the other side, right? Yeah, it cuts a lot. Like, that's a pretty bent up finger, you know? If that didn't do it to you, let's check this out. Hold up. I'm going to show you. I took a couple of stills of it. Because I think it's something beyond arthritis. I don't know. What do you guys think? I think that he hit it with something's up here. Let me make sure you guys can see this. Nope, it's not sharing that part with you. Okay. Let me share this part. Nope, did that wrong. Great. Excellent. Excellent. No pressure. You're fucking up, Dad. All right. Here we go. Yeah, I want to show you this one. Boom. Like, right? I mean, damn. That's what I was thinking. Looks like it was broken and not properly treated afterwards, so it grew back crooked. Broken and set crooked. Not reset properly. See, I'm not a nurse. I'm curious what y'all think. Nurses in the chat. Doctors in the chat. People with broken fingers in the chat. He uses it as the key to his dungeon is hilarious. His crooked ass finger. Yeah. Oh shit. Who worked at Walgreens a while back? Fuck. Mad respect. Yep. Exactly, Margaret. That's why we got to give him his flowers for that. Yeah, fingers are weird looking in general. His specifically. Yes. It's very interesting, huh? I bet he has a curved ween too, says Angel. He hit it with a hammer. What do you think happened? Yeah, it could be from chronic jerking it onto his keyboard, which could be why he spelled wrong. Maybe the key's stuck. I don't know. His trigger finger. Oh, shit. Are we talking like Bob from Teen Mom? You're all high. Janelle, you high. Kiefer, you high. Yeah, I'm laughing at that shit too. Wayne, his curvy Wayne. He's a thick bay, dude. Just kidding. Fuck this dude. Look at that, though. That's pretty crazy, huh? I mean, he's a guy. I got to use my carpenter's hammer. Which I want to talk about some things. And then we're going to go. I am also going to leave up this picture of his hand while I tell you this. So I'm not doing too much. But here are the things that I picked out. And if you missed any of these, I want you to go back and watch it on your own time. All right. First of all, these are all the notes I have. I'm just going to go through them very quickly. He shakes hands with the right hand very tightly. He says dis instead of this. He talks like Trump. He says okay, not okay. He says okay, almost like okay, Mr. Mackey. He was born and raised on Long Island, is what he says. I believe he was in Palmyra, Virginia before this, right? But he tells this guy he was born and raised in Long Island. I could be wrong. That could be true. He says he's been working in Manhattan since 1987. Instead of saying law, he says lar, which is lar. I broke the lar. He adds an R. It's very fucking weird. I don't know. It's like a North thing. I don't know. You guys tell me. He has a speech impediment when he says his S's. He irons, presses his shirts very pristine. They're very clean. They don't have any stains, even though he lives in a house of stains. The first architect he ever worked for was a man named Harvey Rothenberg. He has a bent index finger on his right hand, bent inwards. During the recession in the 90s, his first client was a man named Robert Meyer. Rex was working in a Queens building. And this would have been about 93, right when Sandra Castillo was killed. Is there anything to that? I know a lot of people are like, oh, he was working right by Sandra Castillo. That's where his office was. No, it wasn't. He was still working for Harvey Rothenberg. He was working in Queens at that time. It's different. Weird buzzwords and unique words to Rex. Specifically words that not a lot of people use, or that maybe a lot of people use, but it's just an interesting word, or words that I've never heard before. He says slack water at 14 minutes and 25 seconds. Slack water. Never heard of this. It's not an agency run by Betsy DeVos to get a new yacht. I don't know what it is. He just says the word slack water. It's very strange. He uses it in a form of slang. He states, at home, I have an extensive library of obsolete books. Very interesting. This job has taught me how to understand people. He repeats that. It makes me think that he didn't understand people prior to this job. He felt maybe disconnected from society. I think that's interesting. I hope I'm not reading too much into that, but because he repeated it, I thought it was important. He learned furniture from his father, he said. I still build in the same workshop, he said. I still use my cabinet maker's hammer. It's the one tool that I use for every job. He also says that this hammer can be used to be persuasive. When he is saying this, there's a point when he's talking about using it, and you think he's going to say for work, but he already said work. And then he pauses right when he's about to say a W, and he changes the word. And this is me being a conspiracy theorist, seriously makes me think that it was women. I think he wanted to say women. And also, Emily, I'm a comedian. I know her. She knew exactly what she was doing. I'm telling you, she knew. She's even openly admitted she knew. She said she didn't know when she was crying trying to get her job back. And trust me, I was her biggest fan. I have every reason to think that. But I'm telling you, dude, she fucking knew what she was doing. She didn't care. You know what I mean? That's what sucks. Is when you take too much Ambien, you say shit. A persuasive hammer. Yep. So those are all of my notes. So I'm curious if any of you, yeah, I saw that. Craig did kill someone. If any of you got any additional notes, if you have the opportunity to go back and watch this and you notice anything, I don't care if it's behavioral, physical, a word, and you want to share it with the group, come back and share it. We're going to talk about this some more. Hopefully, I'm going to find that old picture so we can compare his fingies and see when that happened. Okay. I'm also going to give you guys a little hint, a little tip. If you go look up unclaimed property records nationally, it will put you in touch with state agencies. Simultaneously, it will give you the option of a federal search. You can put anybody's name in, and you can see what unclaimed records they have. It's not just property. It's money. It's debts. It's old fucking money that your landlord was supposed to send you 25 years ago that's now available. Shit like that. If you go look at New York's, you're going to see unclaimed property records and unclaimed basically checks. And you might even find your own and be like, oh shit, I have $40 waiting for me from Sears from 1987. Yes, you do. I've actually had friends and family find a couple grand on this when I looked it up for them and was like, hey, you realize that this storage facility has been trying to give you a check, right? You're going to find Joel Rifkin in there. You're going to find Robert Schulman and his brother. You're going to find Arthur Shawcross. You're going to find our missing Jane Doe from Staten Island, Christine Belusco's daughter, Krista Nicole, and you're going to find Christine, the murdered Jane Doe. You're going to find Rex Heuermann. You're going to find his mother's name in there, and you're going to find his brother, Craig. And sometimes when you see those records, you can see what they're for. A lot of them have mutual funds. A lot of them have unclaimed money due back to them from insurance companies. This can give you a lot of insight. And they also have old addresses. I did not realize Christine Belusco didn't just live in Morristown, New Jersey. She lived in 2 places in New York, one of which was a 2-hour drive to the Poconos, where she had spent time at Mount Airy Lodge right before right before her body was found in Staten Island. You can then take that and you can run her old addresses and do what I did. Go see who lived there at the time and then see if any of them is related to a guy named Lloyd missing a hammer. Simultaneously, you can go see who owes Rex money and who owes Craig money and who owes Dolores money and what for. And then you might discover, wow, they have life insurance. Wow, he's owed this money for an old architecture thing that he never got paid for. There's just a lot of things that you can learn from those. I believe it's fucking... Wait, what? Slackwater means low tide? Oh, shit. Damn, that kind of changes some things, doesn't it? Thank you for telling me that, Witch. I did not know that. It's not merely low tide. It's the time between the tides when the water is calm. Ooh, we got a tide guy. Wonder if he cleans his clothes with tide. He loves them so fucking much. No, that's interesting. So he knows the tides. Fascinating. Going through that video to send you my thoughts. Yes, please. If you guys have any thoughts. Hello, Guilty of Crime. Hello, Chai. Hello, Jay. I'm about to leave. What the fuck? Jay, you just pop in? Damn. I miss you, bitch. Yeah, we're talking about Rex Heuermann right now, and Walk Among the Tombstones helped so much with the Henry case. We were looking again at that apology line fella. We're going to find Henry. Don't worry about it, you guys. We're going to find him. Unfortunately, his case is in the hands of the Massachusetts police, which are pretty fucked up, but maybe we could find something. He did have a boat with his brother, and they fought over it, and he broke the boat. And when I posted about the boat and Web Sleuths, everyone said I was fucking crazy. I think I even brought it up on Melanie's channel. People hosed me. I don't remember. That might have been another channel. But I remember, like, people were like, bitch, no, he didn't have a boat. And I'm like, listen, I've seen Dawson's Creek. If Dawson can fucking do it with Joey's fucking whiny ass, yes, a boat is possible. But the reeds, Dawson made it through the reeds, bitch. Anyway. That's me fake yelling at someone in Web Sleuths. I don't even know. Anyway, yeah. Here's what we're gonna do. Say hello to your sister Chai, your stepdad, your brother, your mom, whatever. You guys assign yourselves places in the group. And listen, this cult is ran by you, so you fucking fix it. Also, you're all in a cult if you're new here. You should have read the fine print. It's not on me. I didn't think Guilty of Crime was going live again tonight until the notification started after Dad start. Oh no, Guilty of Crime. We need to do a big mashup. Get everybody together. Dawson, Pacey, hello, SnoopyDupers. Yeah, and then, like, first of all, Joey, stop climbing in his window. Just go in his fucking front door. Really pissed me off. Like, if a bitch was trying to climb in my window, if anybody was trying to climb in my windows and I had a front door, I'd be like, what are you doing? You're going to get hurt. And then we can't be friends anymore. Pisses me off. Again, if Dawson and Joe, look, Duty, Ron, and Ed did it. And they did it with ticks. And they went through the reeds in the day. And it was hot. They did it. Now imagine you're jacked up on fucking adrenaline and you're being chased by an ogre. You know? Just saying. Thank you so much. I'm glad I came on. Got to meet you. Welcome to the cult, Shiraz. We fucking have a blast. And you could, like I said, say any bad word you want. Just don't say the N-word. It makes me uncomfortable. I don't like it. Unless you're black, then it's fine. You know, because that's part of the lexicon. It's part of the Urban Dictionary. You know, that's part of the fucking, you know. But not if you're Whoa Vicky. And not our Vicky, Whoa Vicky. Listen, there are rules. You know, if you're fat, then I think you can make fun of fat people. But if you're skinny, you're not allowed to. That's what I've learned. Yeah. And good point, Petty Mason. No hard R. You know what I mean? And again, it can't just be anybody. That's I didn't make this up. This is social rules. If Drake comes in here and says it, then we're like, hell no, Drake, get out. But if Kendrick says it, it's fine. You feel me? Yeah, stalked by an ogre in an empty parking lot? Totally. There's a Heuermann machine and tool company registered in 97 on Long Island, but I can't find the address. Daisy is so smart. You wicked smart. Let's look it up. We'll find it. Make a note of that. I'll help you look for it. Yeah, you don't have credentials. If we're not invited to the cookout, we can't say it. I'm sorry. And even if you are, you shouldn't say it. Yeah, you could say ninja. Yeah, and also, if you're fat, you don't get to make fun of skinny people. Only other skinny people. If you have bad skin, you can make fun of someone for bad skin. But if you have good skin, here's the thing: you can make fun of anybody if they're a serial killer, and you can say any word about them, unless it's like specific ones that are going to make people around you uncomfortable. But when we're shitting on someone for being like a serial killer or doing something fucking horrible to someone else, like if we're stooping to their level, that's fine. I don't give a fuck. But like, just don't hurt others around you. So if we're all ganging up on them to be like, fuck you, dude, you suck, and we're all in agreement, that's fine. But if we hurt someone in our family's feelings, it's going to be a Sons of Anarchy thing. It's going to be like Opie. We get to beat the shit out of you with socks filled with like oranges. Actually, that might have been a different movie. Never mind. Moving on. The point is, we're equal opportunity haters, so we make fun of everyone equally. You are Pacey Stan? What about when Pacey and Joey hooked up? That was pretty hot. I like that one. You're a Viking? Apparently so is my tiny Latina grandma. At this point, I'm like, fuck. Is it filled with nickels? Oh, damn. That would hurt so bad. I know in prison, sometimes they cut the top of a tuna can off and then they cut you with it. Yeah, we should. And I also have a lot of like really funny news casts that I saved where like dogs get arrested for being cute good boys. Well, here's the thing. You don't even have to worry. Baked potatoes are delicious and fuck Gen S, Elizabeth. But great news. She's an evil potato. So as long as you're not eating evil baked potatoes, you're fine. You could be a sweet potato, or you could be a regular potato, or a baked potato. Like your brother Adam, who lives in a van and he's just a baked potato. He just gets baked. I'm so excited for Helen. Adam, you're going to get her back and she's going to be just like brand new. Yeah, Pacey, dude. I mean, listen, I don't care if you were Dawson's Creek, if you were Sabrina. I mean, I am going to judge you a little bit if you were like fucking around with some specific shows like Sister is great. Frasier, aka Brother, great. But if you're like over there watching the shit out of like Power Rangers when you're 18 and a female, that's a little weird. It's like, what are you doing? Come on now. I mean, if you're into Rita Repulsa, I guess. I don't know. I'm not trying to judge people on their likes, but there's some shows that are like kind of weird that I'm like, what are we doing here? A yam. Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, you're baked as hell, brother. My So-Called Life was so fucking good. Listen, I can't shit on anyone. I watch Teen Mom. I'm over here doing Barbara impressions 24/7 on the show. I'm like, you're fucking high. Kiefer, you're all high. Yeah, fuck that baked potato, you last looking bitch. You make fun of Dill Hole as long as you hit that thumbs up. It's all free. Listen, Dill Hole, I'm going to put a thumb up your Dill Hole. I love you so damn much. I loved you guys. Thank you so much tonight. Oh my God, 107. Oh, honey. Okay, the puppy's sad. We got to go, you guys. I love you so much. Thank you so much. It's a Polish goodbye. Bye. No, you're crying. Let's go outside. Ah.